Good morning, it's 8:30 a.m. and we are here for Central Services Update.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I'll start with consent. Central Services has two items this week. GCTS has the annual renewal of Lexipol for the Sheriff's Office. This is the renewal of their corrections policy, among other things. It's expected. We've been using this for some time. Facilities has a contract for Eastside Asphalt for the Wheeler Road parking lot, $244,125. And those are the two things that Central Services has on consent. Our away team is back from the Laserfish Conference. I see that you do have a debrief scheduled for today, but I was going to have Keith speak to that tomorrow during the GCTS update. As far as I know, everybody's back safe and sound. And tomorrow, Kevin will provide updates on the move for youth services and his other departmental updates. On the coroner's office, our application for the GCCM status has been advanced to CPARB and the PRC committee. We have a May interview, and we'll find out if we'll be allowed to perform that the same way we did the jail. And if not, we'll be hard bidding the project, which won't probably make it harder to get the desired outcome, but hopefully, keep your fingers crossed, we'll be approved for a GCCM process for the morgue. On that property, Kevin, you should have seen the invitation for the pre-application meeting this Thursday at 10 a.m. Teams meeting?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. The architect will be joining us for that call, and hopefully the requirements won't be too bad, and we can complete a counteroffer on that property. So,
are we going to do that down at your office?
Yeah, we can do it in my office. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. And I still don't have a date when we can meet with the hospital. I know we canceled the last one to conclude any remaining business that we have. I'll ask the clerks again today to try and schedule sometime for us, or give me some times on your calendar where the three of us can meet with the hospital. And we'll go from there on that. On the dentist building, with demolition near complete, they've discovered some unforeseen conditions that's going to have some cost and schedule impacts. So we're still trying to figure it out. We discovered that in the block walls there is vermiculite, which is considered an asbestos product, even though it's below the threshold where it's considered dangerous. It's still considered an asbestos product and has to be treated just the same. It'll be spot abatement. We're not doing a lot with the walls. We have a hose bib going through in two places, that kind of stuff. So, but we'll have to do some spot abatement. When they were underneath getting ready to put piers in to support the flooring, they found mold from a water leak. So we're going to have to get that abated and get somebody in there to see just how extensive that is. So we'll find out what that's going to take. The general contractor questioned some existing structural components that don't match the plans, but I told him just to hold off. I think that we had really taken an exhaustive look at this building, and the architect's going to be here on Wednesday. So we're scheduled to meet on Wednesday with the Cascade Central Construction and go over all those things, and we'll see what happens. But I don't expect it to be too bad. Maybe more of a time impact than a cost impact, but we'll find out. At the fairgrounds, only two projects that were approved on the capital project or capital outlay have to be published yet. The fence and the ADA pathway project. I'm working on both of them. Other things just kind of keep getting in my way. Other projects like the horse barn water and electrical upgrades are underway. The Musco lighting project is underway. The slab preparation for the new bleachers is underway, and I'll be heading out there to do a site visit out there today and at the jail. And so far, no cost impact on the bleachers, even though the building department made changes to them, and we have a June 30th delivery date for those new bleachers. So they should be installed prior to fair.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
Good.
Yeah.
That's great.
Let's see. So district court. The letter is the letter. Real communication issues have kind of exacerbated the situation. I did receive an email this morning from one of these grant people, but the DOJ, they won't talk to me until the DC tells them that I should be in charge of it. I'll have to keep funneling information through Desiree, which hasn't worked out really well. I found out Thursday afternoon that the budget sent was denied because our budget, well, I pressed back on Desiree and she sent an email back saying the budget has to equal 1.5 million. So I don't know. So you just have to make stuff up. You have to fill out this budget sheet and just make it up so that it fits what they want. And she's told me a couple of times and not sent me a list that they want information on specific equipment. We haven't selected all the equipment. So this morning, I did send an email back to one of the grant guys, this David Felton Green, said there's been some communication issues here. The district court is supposed to reach out and say that I need to be on this. And he said, thanks for the update. And that was it. I sent a new budget worksheet back to Desiree equaling exactly 1.5 million. But to make that fit in their columns, we don't capture costs the way they have them in here. So that's the best I can do. And I sent her a list of equipment. We're buying 2 x-ray scanners, model to be determined, 2 walk-through metal detectors, model to be determined. We're buying conditioning equipment like heat pumps and, to be determined. Those things haven't been selected. So I don't know what equipment. We're going to buy gun lockers, weapons lockers. We're going to, buy desks. I don't know what specific equipment, haven't been given a list. So I sent that to Desiree this morning in hopes that whatever specific equipment they're talking about, I'll either get a more concise question or that will suffice. And hopefully we don't lose the grant. I haven't drugged my feet on this. Hopefully they'll communicate with me, or Desiree will give me more concise information as to what it is they're looking for. Or they'll put me on the grant list as somebody they will communicate with.
Right.
So I can speak to them directly and say, what exactly is it that you're looking for?
That's what they need to do.
So that's what that is.
I thought that had been done. Looking at the emails I've received, it got to the point that I helped try to do the last budget, which you weren't happy about, which I wasn't happy about.
No, I wasn't happy about you not helping. I was fine. What I'm not happy about, what's really bothering me, is I've gone to Desiree's office multiple times and said, come down and see me, let's get together. And she doesn't. She emails you and doesn't include me.
She doesn't email me much, Tom.
I know,
she called on that and she was like, hey, I can't get a hold of Tom. You were at Leavenworth. I said, but yeah, I believe that. Okay. Tell me what you're trying to do. And we walked through it. So I guess for me, my issue is $1.5 million grant we've had since the last time I was the chair.
Yeah.
And we're going to lose it because of, I don't really care the reason. I just look at it as it's a federally funded grant. We're not going to get it again. So it would be nice to use it on the project, even if we would like to hold on the project a little longer. So
I don't disagree.
If I need to get with you and with her, then we just need to do that. Because
I don't disagree with you, but at the same time, I'm going to push back a little bit because the entire time I was in Leavenworth, I was sitting at a table with my laptop in front of me, answering emails. My cell phone was next to me. I was taking calls. I didn't receive anything from Desiree.
Yeah, and I can't say you did or you didn't.
Yeah, so
not you,
but
I just want the thing to be used for what we voted on it being used for, like 3.5 years ago. So whatever we need to do to get it done.
Well, hopefully, whatever.
I don't have a safety concern myself. It's not about me. So.
Well, and I agree with you. I don't want to lose $1.5 million either. But at the same time, I don't know what else I can do, if I'm honest. I've sent her all the information requested multiple times.
Yeah, which their grant form, it does show that it needs to equal 1.5 million. And how you do it is, it has the not included line for the grant funds, right? Yeah. In the budget thing, which first time I saw it was in one of the emails on Thursday.
Well, and that was the first time I'd seen the PDF.
Yeah.
So
we need it.
So I refilled it out again this morning and sent it back to Desiree. So we'll see what happens. With that, and I'll be following up on that today. So more information coming. With that, I'd like to go into executive session to discuss some real estate matters. Actually, you know what? Wait, before I do that, I'm sorry. I'll finish up. Hi.
What's the period there, this,
Oh. So right through that door, and there's a window on the left.
Thank you, Tom.
Before I go into executive session and talk real estate, I'll finish up the rest of this. Other meetings that I do have this week, today is the Central Services Coordination Meeting, and I'm doing on-site check-ins at both the fairgrounds and the jail. Tomorrow, we have the facilities and GCTS meetings. There's the preliminary bond pricing meeting tomorrow and a Tyler stakeholder meeting tomorrow I'm a part of. Wednesday, a meeting with the city and Leidig to discuss perceived issues on Peachtree and who's responsible for what, the weekly jail meeting, a change order review meeting, roundabout meeting. I did receive information from Tom Dent that there's no money in the state legislature. He's talked to everybody he can, and nobody's offering up money for our roundabout. Luckily, I think the roundabout's going to come in a little bit lower than what we expected. And now the PUD sent us a picture of a vehicle. It's a massive vehicle. Once our roundabout engineer saw it, he said, wait a minute, this is going to change something on the roundabout. So now we might have to make a specific change to the roundabout to meet the requirements of this PUD vehicle, which is obviously going to up the ante for the PUD. So it's a super long vehicle and it's really heavy. So it's
How's that for bringing in the?
either the 100-foot plus poles or the substations. I mean, they've got a substation completely built. One portion of the truck is 80,000 pounds. It's massive. So, but obviously that's going to change some things for what the PUD needs to help us with. Thursday, the pre-application meeting, we're hosting Grace Harbor. I did send you a quick update this morning on that, and a legislative update with the County Administrator Association. So that's what I got going this week. But with that, I'd like to go into executive session and discuss real estate. Real estate acquisitions.
How long?
8:42, 10 minutes, 8:52.
Okay. We'll go into executive session beginning at 8:43, coming out at 8:53 for real estate acquisition, RCW 42.30.1101B.
But they
It
told,
is 8:53 and we are out of executive session.
yeah, they told me that they absolutely didn't want a road going through their housing development that would go to the jail as well. They thought that was going to bring in undesirable traffic, which I think is baloney. So, but that'll be something that the city, I don't know what their plans are for that. They would like a road to go through. I don't think they have a timeline for it. So, yeah. You'd asked me a question. I said I'd talk about it outside of executive session. I can't remember what it was. You'd mentioned something.
Yeah.
It was the HPL, High Performance Leadership. So our next class,
Oh, okay.
yeah, so the introductory call was last week, I believe. So that starts in earnest this week. Have fun with that. That's another group going through it.
Kevin, just do it every day, then it doesn't get away from you.
Yeah. But I am super appreciative that all three commissioners will have been through it. Kim Allen is going through it this time too, which I think will be great. And Decor and I are already talking a lot. She's sent a couple of emails to me, so we've got a lot of follow-up we want to do on that. So thank you again for that. And that's what I have for an
So
update.
Kim and Kevin are on this next class?
Kim, Kevin, I was going to send, I meant to print it out. I was going to send you, I'll send all three of you an email with the graduate list and who's going through this course. So it would be nice to keep going with a few more. I would love to get input from the board on who else you would like to see go through it. I know Missy wants to go through it. Jahira was scheduled to go in August, and now Jahira has quit. She is no longer an employee with Grant County.
What?
I know, I just found out on Thursday.
Oh, okay, I'm like,
Yeah, so so that's a name that was plugged in that I now have to fill with somebody else. So
Caitlin's online. Caitlin's probably busy with the newest.
Yeah.
We've talked to Caitlin about it.
But I'll send you a list of everybody who's been through it,
Okay.
and then if you've got, something pops in your head. Any questions for me? I do appreciate the help, Rob. Hopefully you understand what my frustration there was.
Yeah.
Not with you. So, anyway. All right.
Any more questions?
No.
We are going to go into recess until 9 a.m. and we are back with development services. Good morning, it's 9 a.m. and we are here with development services for a weekly update. We have Nathan and Jim with us.
Thank you, commissioners. Good morning. Happy Monday. So just a couple things on the agenda to talk about today. First one is so WEX is what we're calling it. So the Wind Energy Conversion System. There's a model ordinance that I've handed you three. Just for your review. So obviously we're in a moratorium now, and so now's the time to start discussing what an ordinance might look like. And so American Clean Power has a model ordinance that they've put out it's a pretty good one. And so I'd like for the commissioners to study that when you have time. We can talk about that at future updates. It's an ordinance that I'd like to begin and put forward to the Planning Commission. It's just a baseline to begin discussions. Last week, as you will know, I was at the American Clean Power Permitting and Siting Conference, and that conference was hosted by American Clean Power, and it's mostly for solar and wind developers. It was very insightful. I learned a lot. I had an opportunity to speak to that group from a permitting authority standpoint. Have a lot of positive interactions with that development community. They had a ton of questions for me, and I for them. And the big one when it comes to wind and creating an ordinance is, it seems like the common theme was in and around setbacks. So this ordinance, as you'll see when you study it, has some guidance when it comes to setbacks. It's based off of the height of the towers and some percentages. So I could definitely use some guidance and some feedback if you three would take a look at that. Also is a map that our team has created, which is a starting point for discussions. It came from some research that our office has done from the Department of Energy, and it's some feasibility areas that were class 3 or higher wind resource potentials in our county. And as you might expect, it's in the Beasley Hills area and then down in Royal Slough. So the map, the areas indicated in green are townships and ranges where wind may or may not be allowed or prohibited, depending on where we want to land as a county. So we'll put those forward as well and see what we want to do there. I would welcome some initial feedback if you have any thoughts on it.
Are these red lines, are those power lines or what?
That is transmission.
Transmission
Yep, those are transmission lines. So I don't think any surprises.
So I'm looking at the American Clean Power, it looks like it's huge. The employees, the staff that works there, I thought maybe it was a smaller, so it looks like it's a combination of, just trying to figure out who.
Yeah, it's a big organization. Yeah, the conference that I attended last week, there was 1,300 people there.
Okay.
And that's just the permitting and siting conference. Yeah, they have several. I mean, they put out a model ordinance for solar. They put out a model ordinance for battery and then wind. The battery ordinance that they put out last year, they put it out, of course, after we put we stood our ordinance up. It would have been really helpful had they put theirs out. We could have definitely used it, but ours is very, very similar to the one that they put out, of course. But So yeah, if we wanted to look that over, it'll be the one that I put forward to the planning commission. I mean, I've looked it over and it's pretty good. But we can talk about that in future updates. It's just more something that I just wanted.
No, thank you for that. I was just trying to figure out who, looks like there's 150
Yeah,
directors.
yeah, yeah, they're good size. So in looking at the agenda for the conference, a couple of things a couple of the programs that I really wanted to attend outside of speaking at the conference was in and around agrivoltaics, which is the combination of agriculture and renewable energy on agricultural lands, and decommissioning and restoration plans. As we've talked about before, we are trying to enter into developer agreements with Quincy Valley Solar and Quincy Solar. Now, last week, we may have seen in the paper, of course, Grant PUD entered into a power purchase agreement with Quincy Solar, which is the development that we approved back in 2019. And they are finally ready to break ground. They may break ground in late 25, but definitely will break ground in 26. And if you noticed, maybe in the paper, there was some quoted pricing that they're buying power at $72 to $73 per kilowatt hour, as opposed to we are making our own power from our dams at 23, if I remember right, to $24 an hour. So a significant increase, in difference in cost per kilowatt hour. I want to point out that there was some mitigation that is required of Invenergy, is the name of the developer. So they did some shrub step mitigation for that project, payable to the Columbia Basin Conservation District for the almost 1,000 acres of disturbance at $166,000. So, which in today's market is almost nothing, considering that we're talking about, Quincy Valley Solar, their shrub step mitigation is $3 million. And we haven't entered into a developer's agreement with them yet. And I don't know what their power purchase agreement's going to be with Grant PUD, but I would imagine it's probably not $72 to $73 per kilowatt hour. Making an assumption. So all that to say, when it comes to decommissioning and reclamation plans and estimates and costs, we still need to enter into one with Quincy Solar. They owe us a decommissioning plan prior to permit. And again, they've already negotiated their power purchase agreement with Grant PUD. And we are now starting to have discussions about bonding for decommissioning and reclamation. And the thinking has been that they would bond for that decommissioning right out of the gate. But what I've learned recently, and it was really made apparent during this recent conference, most municipalities across all 50 states are all over the map in whether or not you bond for the decommissioning of a brand new facility out of the gate, or if you bond later in the facility's life. And the thing to keep in mind is that those costs, all costs, get rolled up and put forward ultimately to our ratepayers in the form of that power purchase agreement. So does it make sense for us to require that the developer bond for a brand new facility out of the gate, or since we are renegotiating the decommissioning costs every 5 years, do we defer that bond until we're closer to the end of the project's life? And these projects, they have a life expectancy of 30 to 40 years. Now, I printed out a section of our code for 2308357 and highlighted it where it says, and this is where it talks about decommissioning and reclamation costs and estimates, and then sureties. And it says Grant County at its sole discretion may also approve modified terms and timing of the bond amounts based on the life cycle stage of the solar energy facility. So I guess my ask is, should we wait until, if we're updating it every 5 years and we have a decommissioning plan in place, do we defer the bond until we get closer to maybe that 15-year mark, which seems to be more of the industry standard? Or do we require them to bond and incur that cost and roll that cost forward right out of the gate? Does that make sense?
I think the security of it is in the beginning, that they do have a bond, but if you can look at it every 5 years, but what they're gonna bond for now, and in 30 to 40 years, it's probably not even gonna really cover. That's where you would have to look at it, do the increase.
There's a lot of schools of thought to it. I mean, so for example, Quincy Valley Solar, not Quincy Solar, the PUD just signed up. Quincy Valley Solar, we are in the middle of negotiations of their restoration and reclamation plan. They put an estimate forward right now of $20 million to decommission that facility. They're asking for, well, I take that back. It's now $16 million, and they're asking for half of it in the form of credit for recycling. So roughly $8 million is the bond that they're offering to post. And the bond rate is between 2% and 4% of the $8 million. And so, but the reality is that it's a brand new facility, and if they become insolvent, the bank is going to come in and take it over. It's never going to be decommissioned. It's Silicon Ranch in this case is the operator. They're going to step aside, and Bank of America or whoever is going to come in and quite frankly take it over, probably 50 cents on the dollar. The power purchase agreement is going to remain intact, and there's actually even decommissioning and reclamation guarantees inside of that Grant PUD power purchase agreement. So Bank of America, now at 50 cents on the dollar, now is in an even better shape because now they've got an asset and a customer that they're continuing to sell power to, now at 50 cents on the dollar. So I guess my point is that between the power purchase agreement guarantees for decommissioning and reclamation, there's also decommissioning and reclamation guarantees in the lease between the developer and the landowner, in this case, the Seavercrups. Does it make sense that we have all these redundancies and costs that, again, ultimately the developer is going to roll right forward into that power purchase agreement, and it's going to land at the feet of our ratepayers? When we have the ability to defer that bond requirement until we get further down into, like I said, the 15-year mark, when we've revisited that decommissioning estimate for inflation again every 5 years, we're revisiting that cost. And at the 15-year mark, when we have a little bit more history, are these things starting to fall by the wayside, and are they starting to actually be decommissioned? So therefore, now we want that financial guarantee that if you go away and we have to come in and decommission this thing, we have the bond in place to do that.
How's that gonna work with the landowner? And so if they walk away and the landowner's stuck with it, it's on their land.
Right.
What's our risk?
Well, that's just it. Is the thinking, so our attorney, the county's attorney, is of the thinking that it's going to first land between the developer and the landowner. So let's say you have leased to Silicon Ranch and they leave. you will have in your lease agreement, financial guarantees and bonding in place to deal with this on your land first. Now, so then if you're insolvent and can't deal with it, then you are gonna turn to us and say, let's say you stop paying your taxes and you laid at the feet of Daryl, it's now when we would then have this bond in place to then remove the facility. And that's my point is at which point do we put that bond in place? Does it make sense to do it right out of the gate? Or do we do it at a later stage? So,
For me, I think it's prudent to do it at the very beginning.
okay,
Just because, at any time they can just walk away.
right,
And then obviously Seaver crops are gonna be the next in line.
right.
And they're pretty solid, so I wouldn't be that concerned with it, but
Yeah.
you never know, things happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I asked the question. So,
We're stuck.
yeah,
So, I mean, for us, I think risk is not worth taking the risk.
Well, but I can see where there's value in it in the first little bit. The destruction or the removing of it is not gonna happen the first 10, 15 years.
Well, you wouldn't think so, but
Yeah.
I've seen stranger things happen.
Yeah.
Businesses go out of business. And then, then I'm gonna have to explain to my constituents why we put a bill for somebody else and spending their money.
Yeah.
If it does go away.
So would it be helpful if next week, so if the agenda next week is like a to be continued on this subject and you have a chance to look at the ordinance? Would that be, because 15 minutes goes by quick, so
Yeah.
it's gone, so.
Rob, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I'd just like to review it and then make my decision.
Okay, so next week's agenda will be a to be continued. All right, thank you very much.
All right, it is 9:16 and we will go into Commissioner's Office update.
Good morning, Commissioners. Okay, first off, the pending decision spreadsheet for your meeting later.
Thanks, Bert.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, BOCC appointment of members to boards and committees. You do have one on your agenda for tomorrow. And then Caitlin, you can talk about more of that one if you'd like. Nothing for today? Okay. So you have one for the health district tomorrow.
Mosquito Control District.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, review of upcoming public hearings. We do not have any tomorrow. Review of this week's meeting. Do you have any questions about your schedule for the week?
I don't.
You do your meeting this afternoon with the new city manager at 4 o'clock today. Tomorrow. The extra meetings are the Tyler EERP implementation meeting. That's an hour from 3 to 4. And then you have an animal rescue discussion tomorrow from 4 to 4:30. Those are just the ones that are kind of outside the norm. Missy did call this morning saying that she needed to cancel today and she did not have anyone who was available to send in her spot. So that meeting has been canceled.
That meeting on Tuesday for the Grant County Animal Rescue discussion, is that for the new building or is that?
I think it could be part of that. And I think you're gonna have people from all of the Grant County organizations coming like they did last year. So these guys sat in with that. ARFS is the one, Bonnie Helvey, that instigated this meeting. And she was gonna let all of the other organizations know that the meeting was coming. Okay, Caitlin, Washington Grow interview.
Yes, that's the one. Rochelle had reached out asking if the commissioners wanted to do that. I know, Rob, you had said that it should work for you. Did you have any specific location in mind?
I would just be in Moses Lake.
That's
But
what we
yeah.
brought up last week and
Yeah.
you all were gonna look into
What
it.
date
and see what you
though?
wanted to do.
Are they wanting to do?
May 7th. It's a Wednesday, I believe.
May 7th at 1.
Yes, at 1. So I don't know that they're wanting, I don't know if they're wanting like all of you, like if all of you are wanting to do it, I don't know if they're wanting to do that all at the same
If
time
we do it
or
all
like,
together, we would do it here. We
Okay.
just have to figure that out.
I'm open to whatever. I mean, if they want more than one commissioner, I'll do whatever.
they'll interview any of you guys that wants to do it. So yeah, if you want to do it, then I can let them know to expect you also.
That works.
Okay, Cindy?
Yep, that works, 1 o'clock.
Okay, and then did you, since all three of you are wanting to do it, do you all feel comfortable just meeting here? And then
Well, if they're not, are they gonna go out to the, it sounded like.
they were
I'm trying to pull
looking,
it up and I can't pull it up.
They wanted us to select where we would go, because you could go to a farm, you could go to wherever you wanted to go, but if they want us all three at the same time.
I don't know if they want all three of you at the same
Yeah,
time.
that's what we would need to know.
Yeah, we just need to know more particulars. If they want us at different locations, like in our district or
Okay.
the same place.
I can reach out to them. I'll CC you guys on the email so that way you have, you're up to date as it comes. And then May 5th is the elected official department head quarterly luncheon. Did you guys have any topics that you wanted on the agenda?
We
Right.
had one last week or the week before.
I brought it up last week and no one had
No,
said
there was one
anything.
since then.
Was there? Oh, okay.
Maybe an update about the wage study and then the Lexipol stuff that's going on. A lot of people don't know that. And maybe an introduction of Blair
Yeah. And
to
maybe
everyone.
update us on the sheriff's department's new.
We talked maybe about it, well, Decorah a while back about kind of a quick little update on the FMLA, what steps. We haven't done that for a while.
Like what steps you have to go through to get on
I
FMLA?
think Decorah was on board with that.
I'll reach out to Decorah. Good for me.
Food wise, it's Cinco de Mayo. Do you want tacos?
It probably costs more than your budget.
You can't ever go wrong with tacos.
I know.
All right, Taco Bell Taco Bar.
Taco pizza.
I
I
like
have a pretty
Taco
tight
Bell.
budget on that.
That's my plug, tacos. Okay, next on the agenda is the Clerks Associate, or one of the Clerks Associations I belong to. The conference is this week. I'll be gone Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. The Washington Association of Commissioner Council Clerks is meeting at Alderbrook Resort in Union, Washington, so I'll be traveling there on Wednesday.
it doesn't.
And I was like, where's Union at?
That's what
It's over the-
surprised me.
Narrows Bridge. And that, they told the Narrows Bridge now. I don't think I haven't been over there since I lived there 30 years ago. So I wanted to let you know that. And Caitlin's gonna give you an update on the conference she went to.
So last week I was at the Laserfish Empower conference. TS did a lot more of like the in-depth behind the scenes kind of courses. A lot of the ones that I did were introductory. I did take a couple that were about managing the repositories that we currently have. So that was pretty cool to learn. Once we launch our workflow that we've been working with Megan Greger on, it'll be relatively, I don't want to say easy, but easy to maybe look at the repository that we currently have and look at updates for it, just to make it a little bit more user-friendly for the public. They also talked a lot about the Laserfish 12. That's the update that's coming out at I believe they said the end of summer, and some of the features that are going to be coming for that in the future. One of the ones that they talked about was the use of AI. So they've got smart forms and smart chat, which both are it's really cool. The smart chat is a function that people can use where, like, if it'll be really good for other departments that are trying to search for stuff in Laserfish. You can just type into this chat box that I'm looking for this contract with this person, and it happened sometime between like 2003 and 2005 or something like that. And the AI in the smart chat will spit out a response of here's the things that might be what you're looking for, which is basically what Barb and I do for the other departments now, but it'll be through an AI. And then the smart forms is or smart fields. I can't remember the actual title of it, but the AI will scan through documents and find the relevant information that we want and plug it into the metadata fields for us. So if we can implement that, it'll save a lot of time in the office, first of all, but second of all, it'll just really standardize the way that things get put in. So there's not like, if it's me doing it one week and Barb doing it the next week or something like that, there won't be any differences. It'll just be the AI putting it in the same way every single time, which that also will make it very user-friendly for the public and other departments. And then I took a few courses just about Laserfish forms and workflow and business processes, which will be helpful whenever we do launch that workflow, again, that we're working with Megan Greger on. So that way I know how to maybe troubleshoot from our end before having to promote problems up to TS. It'll save them some time, and it'll just be nice having our office be able to handle any hurdles.
Careful, TS might snag you.
It's okay.
Like
I'm
it
their
is a
in-office,
Laserfish.
their in-office TS person.
Well, did you enjoy it? Do you feel like you got
did.
something out of it?
Yes, yeah. I think next year, so this year I flew in the first day of the conference and flew out on the last day of the conference. And so there was just a lot of courses that I missed on those first 2 days, or the first day and the last day. So I think next year I will be requesting to fly in the day before and fly out the day after, which is what the sheriff's office did this year. And which the main problem with the first day is that my flight got delayed. So I ended up missing, I had registered for a couple of courses because we were supposed to be landing like hours and hours before that first course started. But then by the time our flight actually took off, I ended up missing both of the things that I signed up for, which one of them was just like a little, get the most out of your conference. But the other one I was pretty bummed about having missed. It was just a good informational thing. So I think they're planning on having the slides posted online. So I think this week. So I'll be able to go online and look at the slides, but it still would have been nice to be there in person and ask any questions or anything like that.
Good.
Sounds like fun.
Yes,
Fun and a lot of work. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sounds like a lot of work.
it was great. The conference center is really nice. It's big. It's really big. They posted lots of maps around the conference center, which was good because I got lost at least twice trying to get from one room to another. So
Real quick, couple things that are not on the agenda. The health district reached out. They would like to take a picture with the 3 commissioners and Teresa Atkinson. I have it tentatively scheduled for next Monday at noon. Are the 3 of you going to be here next Monday at noon?
Next Monday, the golf tournament though?
No, that's 2 weeks. So this will be April
not be here.
28th. The calendar looked like you were gonna be here, so I just wanted to.
I'll be here
confirm.
unless there's a major issue.
Okay,
That
and we'll
should be
put that
good
on the
next week.
calendar. So Health District picture next Monday at noon. And then lastly, Barbara Durbeck had sent the board an email about the Fairgrounds Romeo contract, and she didn't hear back. So she asked me to, or she reached out to you and said she has not heard anything from the commissioners. So she doesn't know if you would like her to attend the next, I know.
I asked her to just attend the next P's office because we didn't make a decision. We didn't really talk about it, so we don't have an answer.
Okay, so you've already responded.
Mhm.
Okay, perfect.
There was a lot of red lines in that contract, and I don't understand why that would be, other than somebody's just too lazy to change their contract. So,
One thing they started adding in, and what we had previously, so it was hard to explain to Dr. Kevin through an email, so we really can't. We typically write the contract, so now we hire somebody else to do the contract, and like Rebecca's or Barb said, they start redlining it and changing where one signs it and the other doesn't
yeah,
after it's signed, so it just.
it's too confusing, and not only that, I don't know how you can follow a contract like that, where who's responsible for what, unless, I mean, I just don't, I'm not used to seeing contracts written that way, where they're all lined out. It just doesn't make sense.
Okay, so good. So she's planning to be here. That is it for me. Caitlin, do you have anything else?
Super quick, Vortex, which is that video production company that the tourism hired, they'll be in Grant County, May 24th through 26th and June 11th through 13th. So I know the Moses Lake Spring Fest is going on May 25th and 26th, I believe. But if you guys want any more information about that, or you know people that can maybe be outdoors, boating, fishing, hiking, whatever, in different parts of Grant County, we should be getting an itinerary for like dates and times and locations that they'll be at, so I can forward that to you guys whenever we have it. But they're just looking for people to be outdoors, so that way there's
There'll be
people doing fun
outdoors,
stuff.
Most
Yep.
likely.
Great. Okay, I think that's it.
I don't think they'll
Here you
have
go, Mike.
problems finding
Okay.
people outdoors doing stuff.
Is that Memorial on May 26th?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
We'll have sand dunes, we'll have,
Oh, yeah, there's
you
lots
probably
of,
already said that was
also,
one of the.
Campgrounds,
Sure, we'll have a concert there.
rodeos, Concerts.
That's gorgeous. Morning, Mike.
Good morning.
Hello, Mike.
How we doing?
Good.
Good. Update on public records, not a whole lot going on except for the fact that we're kind of fortunate in the fact that we're getting a gentleman from the Attorney General's office named Morgan Damerow, who's an attorney for the Attorney General's office. Prosecuting Attorney's office has scheduled for him to be here on the 8th to do kind of a presentation for those that want to attend regarding public records. So we're kind of looking forward to that, having him here. I've attended several classes that he has presented. In fact, I'm taking another one on the 30th of April. They do a legal update. So they go through some case law and do some legal updates. So I'm taking that from on the 30th, and he's done. I've taken that from him several times. But yeah, he's going to be here, and thanks to the prosecuting attorney's office, especially Barbara Durbeck, for making that happen. So we're excited to have him here. And then the following week after that is our WAPRO virtual spring conference. So Emily and I are both signed up to take that as well. So that's really all that's going on in our world. Nothing real major or urgent, just those kind of things that are on the horizon for us to attend and become more educated, and hopefully help educate some of the people that are here that have had some turnover in some of the departments, and some people are just needing some additional instruction. I think this is gonna be a great opportunity to do that. Morgan's really good too. He's very easy to listen to, very funny, and just has a really good personality, a good person to have in front of a group.
Sorry, I was stuck on the phone.
No, it's no problem. I was just telling them about Morgan Damero coming, our legal update, virtual legal update that's happening on the 30th, and then the WAPA virtual conference. I don't know if you have anything else that you wanted to bring to their attention.
How are the requests coming in? We've seen a surge in requests or?
It's kind of ebb and flow. You know, that for a while they were down a little bit and now they've kind of sprung up again. We're sitting right around 75 to 80 right now requests. We've gotten some kind of difficult ones, some kind of multifaceted ones that have, in comparison to just the request for a police report. So we're working through those, but those also require multiple departments to respond. So we're just kind of working through with them through some of those. We got one gentleman from the University of Washington Law School that made the same request twice through another one of his associates and never followed through. Didn't pay us, didn't pick anything up, didn't contact us. And then he submitted another request. He himself submitted the same request a third time. So I reached out to him and spoke to him and said, hey, I said, actually, I'm calling on behalf of Emily because she's done a lot of work on these last two requests for you. And this is a very multiple faceted one. They wanted everything, anything that had to do with Garth Dano, as far as disciplinary action. They wanted everything that had to do with Kevin McCrae and disciplinary action. And three other things. And so it was kind of this multifaceted thing. Anyway, Emily had done a ton of work. I reached out to him. I said, hey, we've done a ton of work and we haven't heard from you. You didn't respond to us. Both requests have been abandoned because you didn't get back to us in 30 days. So he kind of apologized. Oh, I'm sorry. I must have been in some trials or something, kind of being from the family I'm from, kind of typical lawyer talk. But anyway, I just looked at his request before I came down here. Emily had reached out to him, kind of said the same thing. Hey, we did a lot of work on this one for you. What's going on? And now he's okay with what he went back and looked at one of the earlier requests, I guess. And now he's okay with what he got. And so we don't have to, I mean, it wasn't that big a deal for us to respond. It's just the fact that he wasn't communicating with us. And we continued to try to reach out and respond to him on these requests and he wasn't communicating. So had a couple of those lately where we actually had to call the requester and just speak to them and kind of see what they want and get a better idea. And on this one specifically, just talk to them about, are you serious about receiving these documents and paying us for them, or are you not? So anyway, a couple of weird ones like that lately, but nothing we can't handle.
What about the video? Is that still a lot of video or has it slowed down since we implemented the charge?
Still a lot.
There's still a lot of requested, but it seems to be a pretty good deterrent, though. I think, I don't know what Emily believes, but I think that it does act as a pretty good deterrent for those that aren't qualified to receive it without payment. Because a lot of times when they get the cost report, they'll say, or the cost letter, they'll say, oh, no, we're okay with just the police report for now.
Okay.
So I think it has worked as a good deterrent, and it's getting, even though the requests still come in, it still takes us a long time to redact those, depending on how many there are and how long they are. I think it's getting to the right people that need them, lawyers and people that are trying to represent or trying to gather evidence on an incident they were involved in. So I think it has worked good. And it's very popular. I'll tell you what, it's very popular with other public records officers across the state, because every time we seem to get in a group with them and I think that subject comes up, everyone else is like, oh, wow, we want to do that, you know? And so I know Spokane County has done it now. I know Chelan County's done it. And so I think it's becoming kind of a popular trend among public records officers and agencies that have public records to do something of that nature, because they're finding out the same thing that we found out a while back, and it just kills your time to do a 5 body cam request for someone that is not involved in the request at all or has nothing to do with it. So I think it's been pretty effective. Doesn't stop us from having to do tons of body cam redactions, but those at least are going to people that are qualified to and need them. So.
Yeah, I think a majority of the body camera requests we get are from people who the fee is waived for. So there will always be quite a lot of body cams going out.
Well, I think you two do an excellent job because it cannot be easy doing public records requests.
Yeah, I'm just glad we have somebody like you guys to do it.
I think your prompt response, you know, we haven't heard any complaints. Usually when we hear complaints, so thank you for keeping the ball rolling and keeping, you know, coming in and going out.
And it's, yeah, I appreciate that. It's tough because not everyone understands it, you know, and so we spend part of our time just educating people on kind of how it works. In fact, we had one gentleman that didn't really want to speak to me because he thought I was prying into his case. He didn't have a case number, so we had to get some additional search criteria so the sheriff's office can do their search. And so, but we worked through that. It was okay. He called Kevin and was able to speak to him about it. And Kevin explained to me why he just didn't understand why I was asking additional questions, but just trying to get the necessary information. What a lot of people don't understand is that when you do 17 to 18,000 calls a year, that the result of that is 50 reports every day. Every day of the year, there's 50 reports to write up. So that is a massive data group. And so that's why we have to ask for some additional information occasionally, so that they can do a search through all of that and make sense of what they're trying to respond with. So that's a lot of people don't understand. And I get it. When something happens to you, that's the most important thing. You don't want to hear about someone else's problems. I got my own problem to deal with. But just understanding the timing of it sometimes and what it takes and why we're trying to gather additional information just so that they can have what they need to do their search. So.
Well, frankly, I'd be a little disappointed and upset if I had done 2 prior requests and then I got a 3rd request from the same person who had failed to
And yeah,
pick up the other request.
we're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,500 to 2,500 attachments. A lot of work. And she did a lot, and she did it all and did it twice and still nothing. And then it came back. But I was happy to see that he said, okay, we're going to be okay.
Can you just take that and then forward it, or do you have to?
We can usually copy it over. His request was exactly the same as one of his
Okay, so
previous
you can
ones.
just kind of send
Yeah.
that whole file that it's ready to go.
Yeah. That was a good part to find out that it wasn't. When I first saw it, I was like, oh no. And then realized that we had someone before. And he was apologetic. I spoke to him, but come on. You're not even the one that requested him. It was one of your other associates. So he just signed the letter. That's how we found out it was him, because he signed the letter that for proof of representation that said they were representing this person. So waiving the fee, but not waiving the fee. Anything else? Any other questions?
Keep up the good work. Thank
You know where to find us. We're always available for questions if you have any, so. All right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank
Yep,
you.
yep.
I'm going to recess until 9:45 when we're back with accounting update.
When one dies.
Good morning. It's 9:47 a.m. and we are in session with an accounting update with Mandy Kim.
Well, I don't have much of an update. As you saw Friday, we sent out the commissioner's report, so we'll be going over those during our budget and finance committee meeting next week. Unless you had a specific question about now, I could maybe get a head start on that.
I just want to comment on our insurance, the rebates for our prescriptions. That is keeping us afloat.
It's
It is.
it's
And then we
helpful.
had when you hit the balloon, you know, you hit your max and you.
Stop loss.
The what?
The stop loss or
Stop loss, yeah. I think in February, March, we had a stop loss payment that was a big help too.
yes.
Do we have a lot that are hitting stop loss? Do you know?
No, and I'm surprised that we would have one so early in the year.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we'll continue to have that.
And our stop loss is 250 or 300. Do you know what our stop loss is?
I do not.
So Kevin, we have stop loss health insurance. So when an employee hits I think it's between 200,000 and 300,000. We did have one employee that we would have to hit $500,000 because he was just every year he hit it. So they raised that one up. So we had to pay up to $500,000. But as soon as we hit that stop, that employee, and like she said, so one employee has spent, or a spouse or a child has spent that amount, then the stop loss kicks in and they cover the rest for the remainder of the year.
I have a meeting with our new risk manager coordinator this afternoon. I can find out if you'd like to know.
It's between 200 and 300. It might be 250. I just don't recall what that amount is.
I think the reimbursement was 200,000.
So it was pretty, yeah, when you look at that. I just want to explain to Kevin kind of what that stop loss. It's per employee or per belly button, is how we like to call it.
office only has 2 belly buttons.
Well, that's what they always said before, because we never know, it's like, it's a per employee, per person, so they always did the belly button, it's per belly button, so you know that it's, well, I don't know, haven't heard of very many people who have belly buttons, extra belly
You
buttons.
sent the capital assets form, but it only had the laserfish reader on it.
There should be the PDF file with all the verifications. Do you want access to the Excel spreadsheets? Or did I send the wrong file?
No, it goes, sorry. I was like, what the heck?
So there's-
I don't think you sent the budget. Did you send the budget?
The thing I said this morning is the capital assets. We've completed that. We are waiting on one department for our small and attractive assets, and that's TS.
Because they have $1 billion.
So probably, I know that they're pretty busy, but I haven't had a chance to ask Tom just to get a status update, or Joe for that matter, but that's the only department we're really waiting on to get some information
And
from.
some of these things, they still have them from 1998.
Yeah, if it's on the list, they should have it. Because we also have a retired list.
Crazy.
Fairgrounds has got tractors for 1987.
No, they don't.
No, they don't.
What tractor they still have from the 87?
It's a case tractor.
Is it maybe a display one? Like, I don't know.
No, I think they
Oh,
use
yeah, the
it.
boneyard.
The old ones are the good ones.
They run.
Tyler will be having financial reconfiguration meetings this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 8:30 to 4:30. It's done via Teams this week, so they're not on site for that. Simultaneously, HRM and payroll are working on their module, and they'll have meetings around the same time. I have been pitching in on the payroll side as well. And I am currently responsible for updating their crosswalk for their position control and employee master spreadsheets. And I was helping work on that last week during their meetings too. Keeps me pretty busy, just with the Tyler stuff. We are still waiting from the response for the state auditor's office regarding the transfers. How we've budgeted for the employee growth and development, the $1.1 million to get their opinion on that situation. They have submitted it, we just haven't gotten a response. So that's why we haven't done that transfer. I did send I think it was for the Commissioner's Department last week, an example of what your guys's Tyler budget to actual reports by department is gonna look like. I have a printout that, because I'm verifying all the data that we've converted into Tyler. I have this is just to take a look at what the layout. I have already verified all of our budget information. I've done current expense, and there's just a handful of other departments before we can move on to 2024. But almost there with getting 2023 completely in Tyler. And I don't know if that'll be exactly how our reports will look. We can modify them a little bit, but I think that's pretty close. You guys wanted to take a look.
Yeah, well, we got a little sample. What did we get?
And that's what, yeah, so that was by
Okay.
department, and that was, I think,
Those are yeah, because we didn't have some things broken out for public records. No. Public record, I can't remember the email when I was looking at it.
what's nice about this is the departments should be able to, I mean, obviously they'll need training, but should be able to run them for their own departments. Have pretty live data at any given time. One thing I didn't, and I don't know, it's just a minor detail, is the way the revenues, I know they're negative on our reports, but they're like in a parentheses, where this is just like that dash in front, and I don't know if I like that.
Takes some getting used to.
Yeah, just the cosmetics.
Like in youth services, the range, if we're not using it, why Well, they might use a range generator, but the commercial countertop mixer, why don't they put that in the jail? A $6,500 mixer or surplus it? I remember buying this mixer.
I don't know, maybe they use it occasionally. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Any
Questions,
questions?
we do have other entities that can, the jail could use it.
And then have you guys thought any more about Mutual of Omaha and how you'd like to proceed with that? I mean, we basically got legal's opinion that it's up to us and it probably is more fiscally responsible to forgive it. The $10,000 for the life insurance that employees benefited because we didn't deduct from their accounts.
That's illegal. So legal said to.
Well, they didn't tell us what to do either way, but we wanted, because we asked SAO what their opinion was if that would be considered gifting of public funds. And they referred us to contact our own legal or MRC. And we also contacted MRC, who basically said to contact our legal or SAO. So we got basically rerouted to our prosecuting or our attorneys each time. And our attorney made a good argument that even though it could be considered a gift of public funds, it's also such a financial burden to determine those amounts that it would be okay.
Okay, so I think what we need to do is, so we can take action.
Yeah, Curtis says the fund is negative right now, and Daryl's kind of getting on me for having negative
Okay.
funds.
So you need to submit something to the commissioners, to the consent agenda.
Consent agenda to make a formal decision. Okay, I will get on that then.
So we can, I believe that's gonna be a consent agenda because it's financial impact.
That is easy peasy. And also Michelle's update at 11. She is busy doing vendor data for Tyler and she has nothing really to update. So she asked me to let you guys know
So no auditor update,
at 11.
they're 11:15.
I believe that's all I have. If you'd like to see any more Tyler report options, let me know and I can run something. It's old data, but I can give you an idea of what it's gonna look like.
We have a Tyler meeting tomorrow at 3 o'clock from 3 to 4.
Is that your guys' requested update?
I don't know. Tyler EERP implementation stakeholder meeting. I'm assuming the board's invited because it's not in cap. Usually it's caps when they're just using our room. But I think we have, do you not know about the update?
I saw it on my calendar. I don't know. I thought it was for you guys.
I think the update is for all the departments, because I know that some of them are using QuickBooks, like Susie and Jim, they wanted updates. That meeting might be for them.
I plan to be there so that I can answer questions. I don't have anything prepared for that.
No, I think it's more they're presenting, but I don't know. We're asking questions.
I think they're asking questions.
So that you're talking about the ERP implementation meeting today or tomorrow, right?
Yes.
So that was requested by HR to talk about time and attendance and to allow the the elected officials and department heads to ask any questions about it.
Oh, yeah, that sounds familiar. Fun. Got 60 more seconds with me.
Okay, I think Aaron sent the healthcare fund. I was thinking you sent that.
No, yes, on Friday. Yeah, those stop reimbursements aren't common. I'm not sure, unless that was from, I could see it maybe being from last year and that's just finally getting the reimbursement.
Yeah, because we collected like from March, 1,082,000. We spent 1.144 million, but then with our rebates, we got 176,000, so we were 1.3. Keep those rebates coming. Yeah, stop loss is 203,000. Okay, so you think maybe it happened last year then? We're just catching up.
That'd be my guess. I feel it's to be this new in the quarter to have already reached our stop loss would be strange. It's possible. I mean, so anything's possible, but I can, like I said, I can find out more if you're interested.
Anything else from Andy?
Thank you.
All right, thank
Thank
Andy.
you. Have a good day.
It is 10:01 a.m. and we are now going to have our juvenile court use services update. Hello.
Good morning. I just wanted to let you guys know that I was talking to Kim. We did have an email from AOC. They passed RCW 13.40.192 for the House Bill 5974, and that was around last year. That will be effective and also retroactive. This is where they're actually taking all the financial obligations from the juvenile, so they don't have to pay it anymore. The only thing that they do have to pay is the restitution. So it's a big project that they have to do as to how are they gonna go back and wipe all the financial obligations for the kids. So I know she's working digitally with a group of clerks to do that. And I think it was one of the judges that did kind of like a order, kind of like a blank order for everybody saying like, due to this RCW, all the financial obligations will be wiped. And they will be making copies for that for each individual case. And I know that we're also gonna be in communication with the prosecutors because at the end of the month, when the kid turns 18, if they do everything that they were supposed to comply with, they can close their case and seal their records. So I know that if for some reason they weren't able to seal their records because of financial obligations owing, they have to go back all the way, like it's retroactive. So it's gonna be a big project for them as well. So we're gonna be in contact with them to make sure that this is happening. But I know the clerk's office already started with the tier 1, and I think it's like 10 years each time that they do another tier. So they're gonna be working with that project. And then I wanted to also give you guys an update with the, I don't know if we can go to executive session for personnel matters.
Yeah. How long?
For like 5 minutes.
Disciplinary or just evaluation?
Is in lead up to discipline.
Okay. We'll go into executive session beginning at 10:03, returning at 10:08 for personnel disciplinary matter RCW 42.30.1101F. It is 10:08 a.m. and we are out of executive session.
That, so any other questions that you guys might have? No?
Pretty quiet weekend.
We had 2 and they were actually, the 2 of them came on Friday. So after that, it was really quiet, so that was good. So, and I think the 2 of them are gonna be you know, leaving today. They were just there for the weekend. But so far, so good, so. Yes. So other than that, that was my update, guys. If you guys don't have any questions, thank you.
Good luck on your quest there for more information.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we will go on recess until 10:30 when we are back with Renew.
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Kevin, you just do everything at once.
Good morning, it is 10:30 a.m. and we are here for a Renew update with Dell Anderson.
Morning, Dell.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Good. How are y'all?
Doing great.
Kevin's thinking he was gonna stay, but we told him he has a long drive for a family matter, so we told him just to leave, so I will take responsibility. If there's something you need to talk to Kevin, he may be jumping on here shortly.
Okay. Cindy, I can't hear you very well, just FYI.
You know, others have mentioned that. I don't know if I'll talk to TS and see if they can lower my mic.
Okay. So for my agenda items this morning, I was just going to be talking about staff moves, the Elios project that we have implemented, and then I just wanted to follow up with the active attack training that we had on Fridays and all staff with Deputy Erica LaGrave. So first is while I was out for the Baldridge Fellowship and then for the Orlando trip with my family, there were a couple of staff moves that were done while I was out, and the staff moved involved the substance use team moving from their current location in the upstairs room here in Moses Lake across the sidewalk to the Crisis Solutions building, and then the prevention team and outreach team moving to where the substance use team currently were. And this wasn't specifically planned to occur on the date that it did. The flooring hadn't been replaced there yet, and we didn't have a time frame for flooring, so we were just saying, well, let's go ahead and make the move, and then when the flooring gets replaced, we can have the furniture lifted, but we can at least get services going in the building. So while I was out, the Juan was overseeing the project, helping with the move, coordinated with technical services and maintenance. But then the day of the move, one of our maintenance individuals was out, so only had one person to help on site with the move. Our county maintenance team had, I think, 4 individuals come over and help with the move. It took a lot longer than I think was planned for it to occur on that day, and so I think that there's some frustration with the teams involved in the support and help with that. And I think hindsight's 2020. These things really got to be planned better. And so I think as we move forward and look at other potential areas of move, we will make sure that we plan more effectively and have staff prepared for that. I think the move occurred, and all in all, I think that the end result was fine. We were able to work through the employee issues, and I just really appreciate our TS team from the county jumping in and providing support in the way that they did, and our maintenance crew also coming in and moving furniture. I thought it was a big task, and I think that it got accomplished, and I just really appreciate them coming over and doing that, even though it took longer than what they had originally planned on for us. So, and I'll pass that on to them as well. As I'm getting back and just hearing some of the different things that occurred, making sure that they're aware of how much we appreciate their efforts as well. The purpose of the move was so that we could expand our substance use services, and that was the best situation we could see that we could expand to meet the current demand for substance use treatment. We're currently about 2.5 months out on current assessments for substance use treatment. And so with the additional staff that we've had approved, that's really going to help drive that back down and get us back into a reasonable time frame for people to access services. So this was a need for us to do. Separate from that, on staff moves, we are, like I've discussed, we're running out of room in our Moses Lake site. And so we're having discussions, myself, Juan, Jenny, and I from finance, talking about potential lease options in Moses Lake to have another place that we can have part of the team go to free up space and to free up parking until we can narrow down what's going to happen with any building expansion here. When we met with the engineers, they thought it'd be about a 2 to 3 year process going through everything to expand out on the building. Even though it is possible, there's still a time frame that would take. So I think we're going to be working on some different options that we'll be able to present on what will be the best path forward as we wait for the building to be expanded at some point in the future. So I just wanted to provide you that feedback and update. I think all in all is a good move, good thing to have happen, but I can see we need to plan better for our staff and with our other county resources to ensure that we have the support needed and less frustration as they go through the process. Our Elios project, this is the artificial intelligence project that we added for our clinical documentation. It's referred to as augmented intelligence because it has a very specific purpose. And the purpose of this is that when a therapist is meeting with the client, it acts as a scribe and will create the documentation needed for the visit. So what occurs is instead of after a visit, the clinician having to take 20 minutes to type their documentation, now they will be able to review it, edit it, and complete it within 2 minutes from the service. Other organizations that have moved to this exact same program have 100% of their documentation completed within 24 hours of the service. And so that's really going to take that administrative burden off the clinicians that they're feeling and allow us to be able to see more people, get people in. A great feature of this is the ability to be able to have the client consent for it, because one of our concerns is if someone has schizophrenia or they are feeling paranoid and worried about a system listening to them, that would cause them some anxiety. So the clients do have opportunities each time to opt out, not to have it used. And I want to be clear, though, this is not a recording. It just translated what's being said into a transcript for the documentation. And once it's in the clinical record, it goes away. And so it's not recorded, it's not held anywhere, but it's just a way to make the documentation easier for our therapists. They went live last week, so they received the training and went live last week. Our case managers are getting trained this week, and we'll be going live as well on the project. But this has been really a seamless transition, and so far in the 3 days the staff had to use it last week, it really appreciated the efforts from the team and the county support to allow this type of program to be added to our technical services. Were there any questions regarding that or any comments you had?
No.
Moving on, I had Deputy Erica LaGrave and also Pennick from the Sheriff's Office come and do the active attack training. This was the active shooter training that they provide, but because there's so many different ways there could be some kind of an attack that it's referred to now as active attack training. This was a 2-hour training, so we had our staff in the training from 10 to noon. And we held it over at the auditorium here in Moses Lake. The training was great. Also, Blair came as well to see what we're being trained on and to help with any of the processes there from a risk aspect. And I really appreciate the Sheriff's Office for devoting this time and this training. I think it's well received. I think that each of the departments in the county should receive this level of training as we're talking about what the response will be, how we might react in this type of training or this type of situation. The last one we did was 2 years ago, so I was grateful to be able to bring this back, and I think they did a terrific job. It's sad that we have to provide these kind of trainings, but I think it was effective, And then the next step for us is next spring to do that full live simulation that will involve the sheriff's office, Moses Lake Police Department, Samaritan Hospital, EMS, so we can go through the entire workflow from individual coming into the building to there being injuries, to the building being cleared, people taken to the hospital, and what the entire event looks like from that to the very end of everything being cleared. And so I think this helps prepare us for that. It also helps us to prepare for our different code systems that we've implemented across our sites at Renew, where we have now a paging system through our phone system. So if there is a medical incident, an urgent matter with a client maybe escalating, that there's a way to page, and we have response teams that respond to these situations so we can help de-escalate or ensure that medical care is provided to individuals. It seems like what we're called, the pages are currently, they're coming the most or for seizure type things. And but this, along with the active attack, is going to help staff feel safer in their environment, and that we're responding as an organization to implement programs that are going to help keep them safe. So I just appreciate the time that the sheriff's office dedicated to that with us on Friday. And that was what I had for agenda for you. Do you have anything for me?
I do not, but I will definitely pass on the information to Tom and then the team about
Yeah,
that.
I'll reach out as well. And yeah, like I said, I appreciate their time, but I know there's some frustrations about how things played out in the time that it took.
A move is never easy.
No. Yeah.
That's all I have.
All right. Thank you very much, Dal.
Yeah, appreciate you guys. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
Bye-bye.
We will go into recess until 11:15 when we are back for a fairgrounds update. Good morning. It's 11:16 a.m. and we are here for our fairgrounds update with Jim McKiernan.
Howdy.
Hello.
Let's see, not too much to share today. We are making an offer to our first office seasonal and still struggling to get outside crew seasonals. I think Krista is supposed to send me some candidates today. We're about, well, typically we would have somebody on board by the 1st of April, so we're a little behind on outside seasonals. The legal issues, you've been seeing that come up, and I won't discuss that a whole bunch further, other than I did appreciate Barbara Durbeck's work on that. I think there's some confusion about my role in the whole thing, so, and that's just a matter of letting the judge know what that is. And then I'm going to be in the quick discussion with the PA's office this afternoon to talk about the contract with our headliner. Like I said before in the update the other day, my concerns are very minimal. I think it's more of a formatting issue just because of the way Romeo marks up the contract. But Barbara will share anything that she's concerned. I think they're mostly trivial concerns, but she'll share those at 3:45, and I'll be part of that at 3:45 as well. And we're working on the rodeo arena. Work has begun on the new bleachers, for which Tom Dent provided a grant to the Rodeo Association. Tom Gaines is managing that project, and we're also adding an additional 130 tons of sand to the rodeo arena. It's in pretty good shape, so we met with them last week and went over some additional projects they would like to see happen. We just need to weigh that with a cost benefit a little bit, because we don't want to get too aggressive on doing projects on the rodeo arena since it's only used by that association once a year. But some of them do make sense, and so we'll work towards those. We're hoping to have a meeting soon with them to go over a 1, 3, 5, and 10-year plan for the rodeo arena, so we can kind of gauge projects and not try to cram everything in 1 year. As far as other entertainment, everything's signed. Good to go on all the contracts. Just the big one that you guys will have in front of you later today, and we just need to get that one cranked through, and then we're good to go. Any questions?
No, not particularly. When are your applications due?
For vendors? I think they're available now. I'd have to ask Becca what the deadline is, but I believe it's the end of this month for returning vendors, and then we'll see if we have any openings for new vendors, and we'll just have to wait and see if we've got openings for returning vendors. Have you met with the Lions Club, Rob?
No, I haven't. They canceled and then their meeting was canceled and then I'm busy for 2 weeks, so.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything from them at all, but
Yeah, it seems like everything wants to happen like Tuesday through Thursday this week. I've been called from a ton of people to meet and Tuesday through this weekend just doesn't work, so.
it's a busy week here too, just getting some projects done on the grounds. I will tell you, we had Sand Cup and Barrel Days were just two phenomenal events. We were doing two Wasatch District meets, one last weekend, one this coming weekend. Then we have a cutting horse and quarter horse event that next weekend, weekend after next, and that's the first weekend in May, and then the second weekend in May we've got Inland Empire Arabian horses, and finally Wasatch State Finals, which is the Washington High School Equestrian Team State Finals, the 15th through the 18th. I will share one thing that there's been a little bit of a concern from some of the other fairgrounds. Walla Walla and their PAO's office recently raised their damage limits at their facilities to $1 million. And it's causing them to have to cancel events because the events can't get that level of insurance, or they can't afford that level of insurance. I'm not sure why their PAO's office, everybody else is in the $100,000 range for damage insurance. There's liability and then there's aggregate liability of $1 and $2 million. But for some reason, they've also raised their premises damage to $1 million, which, man, oh man, that's just making it super unaffordable. So we're expecting to get calls for people wanting to bring events here unless they change that back to where it was, because it's basically there's nobody that'll insure at that level. So anyway, we have a discussion group now amongst all county fairgrounds, not the private ones, but just the county, just so we can compare notes on things. That's about it. No other questions?
No, I came to a couple of the barrel events. They seem to be pretty busy.
Are you locked out? Sorry, I didn't know the screen.
He has a badge.
I didn't realize it was locked.
Yeah, they were packed. And both of those events are big dollar events for us. But those events were absolutely packed. So it was good to see. We've got a great relationship with both of those events. They go back to back, so a lot of the racers will stay for the entire week, and we try to come up with some activities along with the promoters to engage those people during that time. So it's a fun event, and there were some fast times. I'll bet you there was over $20 million worth of horse trailers on the grounds for the second weekend, Barrel Days.
How much?
20 million.
Well, you know,
There
your
was more
horses,
than that.
It could have been more than that. What do you think a horse trailer is these days? They're probably 250,000 for one of those nice 35, 40 footers.
I mean, probably like 120 to 300, but I mean, you had a lot of, I don't know. I was pretty shocked on some of the trucks that were out there, to be honest.
Oh, they're all dually pickups. Those are $125,000 pickups.
Yeah, there was one, I don't know who it is, but 4S or something. They had like 5 of the same 4 dualies that all looked very nice.
Yeah.
I was like, good Lord.
Yeah. Yep. It's a pretty amazing, it's amazing to see. I will tell you that, Bobo, the first weekend, Sand Cup said that she was down just a little bit. She thinks that's just a reflection of the economy right now. Barrel Days was very close to last year's numbers, but their purses tend to be a little bit bigger, so they draw some national contenders. But they love our facility. Oh, we're doing sheep shearing this week too, if you want to come see something interesting.
Oh, I
Yeah.
have seen sheep shearing. Do they bring the trailer in and they?
Yep. Yep. Sheep shearing school. I think they got 20 students this year. So, and they're shearing on Friday, Cindy, this will interest you. They're shearing Mike Garneau's sheep. You know, Mike just passed away. And so they're shearing Carol and Mike's sheep as part of the school so that Carol doesn't have to try to get that done.
Nice.
Yeah. Really nice. That's it.
4-star trailers, like 135,000
Wow.
And they're
Yeah.
grand.
for us.
And you figure we had 648 horses on the grounds. So maybe 350 trailers.
Hey, when those cutting horses and if they sell for 60, 70,000, that's not uncommon.
That's a cheap one.
Yeah. It was impressive to see. Yeah. All right, that's all I got.
Just for the entry level.
It is. Some of the kids at Wasset have $20,000-$30,000 horses.
Oh yeah. Just ask Jenny and Jason Gunderson. I don't know how much they spent on Ruby's horse, but I know it was an expensive horse. But she's an amazing rider too. So I mean it kind of goes quality horse, quality rider kind of thing.
Yep.
So
Quality horse, learning rider.
that would be you and I.
Hey, I've ridden a $500,000 horse.
I haven't ridden a horse since the beach at Ocean Shores when I was about 10, and I don't plan to ride a horse.
I don't think you're going to top that experience. So,
It wasn't the greatest experience at 10 years old either, Rob. Yeah, let's just say I don't have any desire to sit on a horse. Yeah.
all right. Anything else, Jim?
Nope, thanks, and stop up and see the sheep shearing school. It is pretty interesting if you get a chance.
All right.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Recess until 11:30 when we're back for a risk coordinator update. Good afternoon. It's 11:30 a.m. and we are here for a risk coordinator and safety meeting with Blair Cope.
Good morning. So I just wanted to give you guys an update on some claims updates. So the new claim I talked to you guys about last week was the solid waste claim 1739. It's our Packer versus the waste management vehicle. Clear Risk WCRG is handling it. Did talk to Brian Hurst a little bit about it. With the Packer, it's poor visibility in the vehicle. It's a large vehicle, really hard to see, but it's also situational awareness of the driver too, not paying attention. So there will be some training, which we'll talk about in a little bit about the document I gave you guys as well. So on that, also claim 1725. WCRG purchased the collision report, and it appears that the driver does have insurance. So they hopefully will be getting in contact with that insurance company.
Is that the fairgrounds one?
No, it's not the fairgrounds one. It's a different one. It's the renewed one when a driver hit one of our renewed vehicles.
Okay.
That one, it looks like may not have insurance, but I just talked to the fairgrounds. Speaking of the fairgrounds, they got it fixed, and the person will be paid for it. It looks like out of pocket.
Did you know what the cost?
the fence alone was 44, actually I can pull it up on my phone because I have it right here.
So under 10,000.
Yeah, it was under 10,000. So the fence alone was $4,459.59. And then the gate was $2,110.04. And then also, WCRG was able to do a settlement with release on claim 1684, which was an incident, a car accident, where we hit someone, multiple people involved with it, but we were able to settle with one of the victims. So that was taken care of. Just to let you know, had 2 meetings with Lexipol. With policies, we are working on merging our policies with Lexipol. So they're going through that right now, taking our policies, looking what we have and seeing how they go. So we're going through that. Hopefully by next week, they'll have it all done and we'll start going through that and having some of the policies to be able to share with the committee that is we're working with Gina and Decorah. Also met with Local GovU, the policy, the training one, and got access to that. So we have our new one for all the training for the staff here, which is a really great thing. And so we'll be able to send that email out shortly, which will be a lot of great trainings available. And then the last thing I gave to you guys was this accident investigation report. This thing right here is two sections. The first one will be for the supervisor, department head, or the person that they designate to fill it out. For an accident or a near miss, they'll fill it out and then ship it off to the safety committee, and then the safety committee will review it. And then there is a accident review committee, part of safety committee will review it and then give findings back to the supervisors and department heads and say, hey, this is what we're seeing. So it's 2-part. So it's twofold. So people know that it's not just their bosses looking at it. It's made up of the safety committee. We're looking at it, seeing if we can see anything with a clear set of eyes, second set of eyes to give advice.
So do you have to read out part of it to go to the different committees?
No.
Maybe the employee, okay.
They're not looking at it, but we can.
Oh, I just didn't know if there was something we had to.
I can look into that if we have to, but most of the time it won't have that much in there. There's nothing like that. It's just mostly going to be what happened.
Oh, okay,
that kind
like
of
the
stuff.
synopsis of it, not the
Yeah.
name of the person and.
Nope.
Okay.
So I will see that. I'll pull that off. I'm just gonna have what the incident, and then they'll be able to go through it and figure out the why. Our goal is to try to figure out what happened, not place blame, but figure out was it a policy issue, was it training, lack of training, and try to reduce claims. Hopefully reduce the number of medical claims we do, workman's comp, just make some trend down on our issues here. So part of what is in the policy I gave you guys last week, it's asked for it, and so this is continuation. So any questions? This is being reviewed. If there's things that you see or things that you want added, let me know. We can add it. Shane Heston's looking at this as well. I'm going to start sending this out to other people. Other people are looking at it. We're working on it. It's not a final draft. We'd love to have you guys' input on it as well. I can send it to you digitally too if you prefer that.
Would this be online where they could just pull it up?
Yeah, it will be online. This will be a digital form where it will be filled out online. I just printed it out so you guys could see it, have hands on, but it can be printed out too if someone wants to print it out. I prefer it to be done digitally so it's easier to read. But yeah, that's what I prefer.
It'd be cool if you just had like the fillable where you
Yeah.
can submit it to.
Yeah, that's everything would be done that way. It'll probably be done via Laserfiche once I have it all set up that way. So it'll all be done that way, it'll all be stored that way, and cleaned up for me. So I'll make probably a policy on that, and have you guys approve it. So everybody knows this is how it's done. Or a procedure, probably most like a procedure. This is how it's done for this. So people can say they know. And with Lexipol, the nice thing is there's the manual, and then there's a second part of the manual where we can say this is how you do certain things. So it'll be really easy to set things up like that. Explain to new employees if you get hurt or a near miss, this is the form you fill out. So as a supervisor, this is what you do. So we can clean things up and bring this forward. But yeah, digital's the way to go. I agree with you, Rob. It's a lot easier to read. Because when people try to write, myself included, I can't always read my own writing when I write stuff. So I feel bad for people trying to read my own writing.
I think it's a little rough too. Sometimes I even have a hard time, like, to read the sentence,
Yeah.
figure out what word that was.
So this would be for, if someone hit a piece of equipment or, for that type of stuff too. So we can see, is it an area that we have to be concerned about? We need to look at that. So not just injuries, but or damage to equipment and stuff like that as well. Any questions for me?
Thank you.
Welcome.
Anything for us?
Not at this time, just continuing to move forward. I was at Renew on Friday. I attended their training. They had a active threat training, so I was there. I attended that training on Friday. So they asked me to attend that. So they'll have their live action training in the spring of next year once they go to the hospital. So I think that was a great idea to table it till the hospital is open, because it's definitely going to change the dynamic of how long it takes to get to the hospital once they get to the new hospital, transport times and all that kind of stuff. So is there anything you guys need from me or need me to work on or want me to do in addition to what I'm
I
doing?
don't think so. Usually if there is, we pop in your office,
Yeah,
so I don't think so. Nothing is coming to light here.
Okay.
So I think you're good.
Perfect. Well, thank you
Blair.
guys.
Thank you.
Yep.
We will go into recess until 1 p.m. when we are back for position management. Good afternoon. It is 1 p.m. and we are here for position management review.
He may be calling in, I'm not sure.
Your copies. Okay, we have a request from Development Services, building official. This request is, position was offered to a candidate. The candidate countered that offer. So going from, I think the offer was an 18.4. Candidate has requested an 18.7. So I can read through that if you want to take a moment and read through his explanation as to why. Feel free to do so. And then I did a spreadsheet here that shows the different options and the cost of the percentages.
Is the question if we can move up from association to non-representative, or is that?
No, that's not part of the question.
Okay,
So
okay.
he's currently, it would be a promotion for him outside of the bargaining unit.
Okay. The position, he's currently, the bargaining unit.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so he'll be going into an exempt position.
Okay.
The department originally offered step 4 at the 52.38. The candidate has countered at the 56.75, which is step 7.
Perfect. I understand now. Okay.
Sometimes I think everybody just knows what is happening inside my head, so ask questions.
I didn't realize you were a current employee. And I'm like, what?
Yes,
Okay.
current employee.
That makes
Yep.
complete sense. Thank you so much.
And my understanding from the department is that a step 5 in that band would also be appropriate and within their budget, correct?
That is correct.
So it is out of standard. Our standard is the 2.5%. The department usually does the 2.5% or the closest band 2, which puts them at the 4. The department then has the authority to move up 1 step. Anything above that, the board would need to approve.
So currently it's a 49.78 and he was offered 52.38, he or she. And then
Correct.
the request was 56.57.
That is correct.
Does the employee have any previous experience in this position?
Not this specific one, but does have managerial experience.
Yeah.
Supervisor experience.
They would be due for a 6-month increase?
They would not.
No.
Okay. Oh, see, I thought they all, when you get a new position, you,
He'd be maxed out on the sub scale.
no, but if they remained at like a 4 or a 5, in 6 months, you get a step increase.
Only your first year is a 6-month increase, right? And then
In
that
that
is
position, yes. So it depends on where you place him. So if he comes in at the 2.5, he would get a step increase at 6 months.
Okay, he would,
If
okay.
he comes in
Yes.
higher than that, then it's a year.
Okay.
And Gina, the PMRT form is, which I don't think you have, Jenna's making copies, but gives the full description
Oh, okay.
of his, beyond just his current position, but other roles that he's played within the county.
Oh, sure.
Oh, okay, so budget,
I'm pulling that up now. Assuming they have the salary savings from Chris still. But this person's not coming from that department, he's from a different department.
no, he's in that department,
Oh, that's a courthouse. Is that?
courthouse contract.
Yeah, we both. Oh, okay, then probably, give me 1 second, I pull it up. Sure.
Okay, well, so you're looking,
It's not compliant.
okay,
It's outside of standards.
Outside of
of
standard,
payroll
yeah.
standards.
not unheard of, but outside of
Yeah,
the,
just
outside of the
yeah,
standard.
no, I
Yep.
can't speak to his qualifications or any of that, because I'm not satisfied and we'll do it.
Okay. Commissioners, while she's looking at the budget, any thoughts, questions, concerns?
Yeah, I don't like that it's not compliant. But I also think about, I don't know what you were before, Jim, when you were a deputy, what band were you?
When I came in,
When you were,
so when I was originally hired, I was an 18-1.
and that was as the deputy?
That was as the deputy, yeah.
Okay.
The deputy was reclassified to 20.
Now,
Yes.
So I originally was an 18-1, and as an 18-1, went to an 18-2 after 6 months. But that was, the deputies across the county, to my understanding, had been rebanded to a 20.
gotcha.
Is his name Neil or Jerry?
Neil. Both.
Preferred legal.
I kind of like the 5, like the department's comfortable with.
So he is a 7 now in his current band, right?
That is
Yes, in
correct.
his current band, yep.
What are you gonna backfill his position?
In his,
Oh, but it would be one.
It-
Never mind.
It will be, the position will be held for a while, and it's going to be, they're gonna restructure where, because Jerry was in a management position. This department has a lot of transitions over the years, correct me if I'm wrong, but he was in a management position before his current position as a floor. So instead of taking away from him, they left him at that management position rate at the band 17. So that 4 will actually be reclassed down.
Oh, okay,
So-
okay, nice. That's good.
So, yeah, building safety specialist 4. So we have building safety specialists 1 through 4, which is what Jerry is currently. It will be rebanded to a band 15. So this building safety specialist will begin at the 1 will be at an 11, the 2 will be a 12, the 3 will be a 13, and the 4 will be a 15. Coming down from a 17.
So there will be savings.
Yeah.
Nice.
And progression through the positions.
Okay.
I'm just trying to look, I just like to look at the whole family situation here, so that's what I'm looking at now.
So yes, I think it's within their budget to handle the increase at either or. Okay.
Maybe it's offered the 4. Jim, did you recommend, okay, or Rob, maybe Rob said 5, who,
It was offered originally at a 4.
okay,
Came back at a 7, but the department feels comfortable financially going to a 5.
okay. Rob, yeah, I'm in agreement with that as well.
So then what I will ask, of course, we'll follow back up tomorrow, but
Okay,
in the
yeah, and I'm gonna do a
meantime,
little more research here on my,
but in the meantime, does the board,
think you will get a 6-month increase on this? Or that is pretty much a 6-month and you would get an annual increase?
annual? That comes in at a 5 then. And the only other thing I ask you to think about between now and tomorrow is allowing me to have bargaining authority if to a 6 if needed. Some things to think about. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you,
for coming.
Thank you.
You said a 52 something was offered at 4. So at 5 would be like 55.
You have this. Did
53.79, so about,
I give you a copy of that?
call it $1.50.
Maybe it's 50. Oh, okay, there.
That shows the steps.
8%, pretty good.
Come on up, Kevin. Thank you.
And we have a presentation, Rob.
What?
We have a presentation.
Okay.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, thank you, Dan.
Bye, Dan.
Is Brett coming?
I emailed him and it was out of
I think he's on,
office.
well, he was
I got
leaving for vacation, I don't know if he's back.
I got his out of office.
Okay,
Haven't heard from him.
but I don't know if it was a weekend or.
So you're up, Kevin.
Okay, bottom line, we're having a issue retaining attorneys. We also have differences between the public defenders and the prosecutors, which, you know, kind of as a matter of policy, we want to keep the same. So with Gina's help looking across the state, we came up with a new schedule that increases wages for senior attorneys and makes the public defenders, prosecutors follow the same scale. And will hopefully make this a little bit easier to retain people. Okay. Okay. Simple enough. Hopefully this is more clear. Our current scale is kind of all over the place. We have a thing where people would jump around between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 that didn't make a whole lot of sense. That I still don't understand, to be honest. And it caused a lot of confusion as people were moving through the scale. And so this basically just makes effectively fairly linear scale for people to move across. Okay. Part of the issue is somewhat being competing on salaries. We also have other issues with just Grant County, and it's hard work. It's kind of gets disheartening over time with just the amount of stuff we deal with day in, day out, and the amount of trauma we see day in and day out for on both sides, both public defenders and prosecutors. I don't know that there's going to be a whole lot of expenditures. I know in my office, at least, we have more than enough to cover this for the time period because we have so many open positions. I assume public defense would be about the same. Any questions?
And so the big sheet of paper that everybody has on one side is prosecuting attorney's office current wage scale. The proposal, it was the board's decision to use standard comparables. So I did go back and redo those. Middle of the page, we have what's currently being paid with the total proposed for 2025 and 2026 with the step increase. And then public defense is the same information, but for their office. On the bottom of the prosecuting attorney's office page, highlighted in green at the very bottom, is the total increase for both offices, and then the total spend for both offices. And then on each page in, it's like a red, orange color, is the total increase for each office as well as the total spend for each office.
How many positions is this total? Oh, I guess I can look at names, sorry.
Well, the count names we have open positions. So
8 plus 4 is 12. And then
yeah,
Both
12
sides
would-
have.
12
yeah.
would be mine. I don't know how many Brett has.
he has 4 currently,
Right,
but I don't know how many he's budgeted.
Right.
So Gina, the proposed is actually when you do comparables, this is what our comparable.
It's the mid-range, our standard mid-range. If you guys remember, Kevin had asked for us to use the high range, and it was the board's decision to use the mid-range, which is what's
What we do
standard.
with everybody else.
You'll notice there's a remote prosecuting attorney for prosecuting attorney's office. That position was approved, that scale is approved, but we added it in his for comparable purposes. You'll notice for public defense, a remote deputy defender is added, that is not approved. Brett is unsure if his office can sustain a remote public defender. But for consistency, we added it in there, so just something for the board to consider.
Is this proposal for prosecuting attorneys, that's not approved yet?
All of them are not approved except for the remote deputy prosecutor. That one was approved through PMRT. About a month ago. And we've hired 2.
Hired one, talking to another one.
Ah.
So are they kind of linked together, as in if prosecutors was denied, this one would be denied? Is there proposals, if I understand that correctly?
So one is already approved.
Oh, so the prosecutor turns it.
Is
Oh,
approved,
okay,
yeah.
okay, okay. I was confused 'cause I think it's a proposal, so I was confused.
Oh,
For
sorry.
a second. No, you're good,
Yeah.
you're good. I just want to make sure.
That one's been approved.
The way that public defenders work remote is not as feasible with them. There's just some differences in the way positions work.
Yeah, but for consistency, so that
Yeah.
the scales were the same, which was the goal,
Right.
we added it there.
Oh.
So when the board approves the public defense scale, they're also approving a remote deputy defender. Not that that'll work for the office necessarily, but for consistency, that position will be in both offices.
There are also reasons to keep this pay scale, and political and legal reasons to keep the pay scales for the two offices identical.
Sorry, I just
That's
want to
okay.
make sure my question was a little bit clear. I wasn't talking necessarily about that position, but this first, see how it says on prosecutor attorney, it says first proposal using standard comparables?
Yeah.
This one's been approved, this whole thing.
No.
No, I'm sorry, this whole thing has not been approved?
No.
Just
Oh,
the remote deputy.
Just the remote deputy,
on
okay.
that. Just this.
Okay.
Just
that makes
one
sense.
A has
So
been
I
approved.
guess my question was, are they linked together, as in if this whole table right here was denied for prosecutor, would this one also be denied with public defense? Or is the goal just to keep them the same, like if this was denied and change the numbers? The goal is to change these numbers to keep, okay,
Yeah,
perfect, I
the
understand.
goal is to keep them the
To
same.
keep them the same regardless of what gets approved. Okay, cool, thank you, sorry.
Yeah, and I hope that makes sense.
Yes, it all
I
makes sense
think
now.
because we have the best lawsuit, we have to have, the prosecutor's office has to balance with the Office of Public Defense. We have to have, we can't be looking at
Right.
the prosecutors. It would be okay if we paid our public defenders more, but not, we have to have a balanced scale there.
Perfect, thank you.
That was part of the settlement that we agreed to.
Okay. Gotcha.
Policy.
It's all started this pay period, yeah, it looks good for payroll.
Yeah, sorry. One thing I wanted to note was on the proposed start date.
Okay.
I did choose May 12th, only because it's the beginning of the next available pay period.
Perfect.
Not that, I know Kevin would want it to start sooner, but I knew with
May 12th.
payroll.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
So that date is a little bit out because of
Right, where we're
trying
at
to
and everything.
increase everybody, so, yeah.
So, sorry. So, are they gonna get misaligned? Is there any potential for getting misaligned? Or no? These, like prosecutors,
I don't think so.
are they both on the, under review, gonna be approved at the same time?
Yes,
Oh,
that's
okay,
the goal.
okay. And
Yep,
then, so they
both.
we're both looking to do both of them at May 12th?
Yeah.
Okay.
It would be a
perfect.
total of
Kevin is speaking for,
12 employees, okay.
for the public.
Of course,
employers as
yes,
well.
yes,
It's-
perfect.
it's not here,
Don't
so.
tell them that.
Yeah.
They get touchy when you do
Oh,
that.
yeah, okay, I won't say that.
Kevin is here only representing the
You're here
prosecutor's
representing-
office, but we
Okay.
know that there is a
Yeah.
best lawsuit.
The same.
We have to have
Of
it.
course.
And
Okay,
we've talked
perfect.
to Brett Hill.
Okay,
He's in agreement.
okay.
This has been gone over with him.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure I'm on the same page and understand what we're doing. Okay, that sounds great. Yeah, no, payroll's fine. Thank you.
Budget.
So this is where, for my own brain, I'd like to know how much money is remaining in the 105 balance. What's the balance of 105? Because my understanding, based on our conversation last week, was that there was only like $500,000 available in that fund. When the board approved all of the positions earlier this year, it was requested that this go through this process and be taken out of that fund. I know Kevin's saying he has funds available currently because he hasn't filled his positions. But if tomorrow a flood of attorneys applied and
Yeah.
we made offers, we would still need to know if there was money available in that fund.
Very close to half.
Well, and I think the
It's been
Office of
3.5
Public
years of doing
Defense,
this.
they also, because they're short attorneys, they will be ending their year on a positive note because of just the shortage.
Mhm.
Yeah, it is approximately $500,000 left in the 105. I'm not sure exactly how much they would need out of 105. Some of these are coming in a little bit lower than what has actually been budgeted for the trainees, as example. The overall amount for prosecutor's office is more than this proposed amount, even with the increase, but there's other positions, not just prosecutors. Wish I found my mouse. Mine's up a little bit better. I'm gonna need a minute to figure out exactly what they're gonna need from the 105.
Okay.
To cover these changes.
Working on that. Any questions, comments?
Kevin, are you happy with this?
Yeah.
Kind of.
Kind of.
Seems better than nothing.
Yeah. This is at least simpler to administer.
I don't have any questions.
And we say in the presentation, wages are a part of why there's a shortage. I mean, I think it's 1/3 of why. We have people not attending law school as much or graduating or passing the bar as maybe we have seen in the past. So that's 1/3 of it. The other part is, culture and the office setting and which is something that Kevin has committed to exploring and addressing. So hopefully that in part with the wage increase will help retain and attract talented prosecutors to Fayette County. Is that a fair statement, Kevin?
Questions, thank you for presenting them. Tell Brett he owes you one, or yeah, Brett.
Or we could tell him it didn't happen and he has to do it. Just make him come in and sit here.
Yeah, I think we will be able to do it without even a budget extension in 2025. Moving this to the commission.
Yeah, the only challenge with that is if we do have offers, at that point, we will need to revisit the budget because we would have overspent. But is it likely? I don't know. Well, sure. It could rain at any moment.
Yeah, no, I'm okay. Rob, are you okay moving this forward?
Yep.
Yeah, I have to. Yeah, take some time. We bring it back to the board tomorrow during my meeting, so.
Yeah, I don't expect you to kick out a number right away. Because when you're under pressure, you forget something and it's like, I gotta hurry.
Absolutely.
That's true.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin, for being a team
Thanks
player.
for the numbers, Gina.
Of course.
That was a lot of numbers, a lot of work. You guys did great together. Okay. That's what we have for today.
Nothing else?
That's it.
Okay, any questions for them?
Nope.
We will go into recess until 2 p.m. What is that, 2 p.m.?
1:45.
Treasurer's office. Oh, until 1:45, commissioner work session. Didn't see that one.
I know we're not into.
Good afternoon, it's 1:46 p.m. and we are here for a commissioner's work session. Do you have any items you want to work on? Or we can just review the pending decisions. We have coordinated entry plan, 5-year plan. So coordinated entry, an update that happened on that is Hope Source is willing to help us with our coordinated entry platform and not charge us. They were estimating like $100,000 charge.
Hope Source was?
Yeah, in the beginning, if they were going to manage the software.
Okay.
So that I told them, you know, we're not going to do that. We're going to do something like that. We would bring our own person. And then they met with me and said that they would be willing to do it for no charge. So I don't know what will happen with that yet. We'll see. The 5-year plan, that we picked a consultant and we'll start working through that. Small attractive item, theft sensitive asset. Not sure. ADA access, they're working on. Safety committee plan, not really sure. And then morgue sounds like that's moving.
Commissioners, if I can just give my quick 2 cents really quick on the small and attractive items. I copied you on an email to Mandy. We have a process that we've gone through over the past years, and I just let her know the board needs to certify the inventory back to the auditor's office, and she sent you a bunch of inventory sheets earlier today. So you should have those in your email. So we'll begin that process and put that on the agenda for next week so that you can certify all of those inventory lists back to the auditor.
Okay, they did not include TS, so I think we need to wait for TS.
Oh, I did not know that.
I believe that's what she said.
Did she say that?
Yeah.
Oh.
That she was waiting
Okay.
on TS.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know that.
And I just kind of didn't go through the whole entire draft, so I couldn't confirm. Okay, and I think we as commissioners dropped the ball. We had a meeting and I was looking at some of the email about the mailroom. We probably could have answered that question. I know Deborah was wondering why it took so many people. And even our mailroom employee was here that probably did not need to be here. But Barb will try to, when we make a decision on like a budget or, because we had that answer, we just didn't communicate it very well to our staff. We'll work on doing that. I will work on doing that better, doing a better job of that. So Barb, do you or Caitlin, do you sit in the TS or the HR meetings?
We both do.
Okay.
It depends, but we get interruptions up here constantly, so we're trying to back each other up on that.
Okay, because I think that was addressed in the HR meeting, but we'll try to formalize that next time.
So yes, Decorah had emailed after we had sent that request out. I think the problem was that I misunderstood the decision that was made in that HR update. I had thought that you guys had just agreed to make it full time. I did not realize at the time that it was the commissioners agreeing to just fully pay it out of our budget. And so that was where the confusion was for me. And Vanessa also had thought that we were still trying to figure out how to pay it out of both the BOCC budget and the TS budget. And so she and Felicity had contacted me to have a meeting, and then the whole train derailed when it came to that. So it was just, I think it was just some gaps in communication between multiple people.
Okay, and I feel bad, like we even had the employee who is totally innocent on this thing that he was here trying to figure out why he was even invited. So yeah, no, we should have, well, and Tom had communicated to us, they didn't even have a budget, and that's where, okay, but we'll try to, I'll make a concerted effort to make sure that if there's a decision like that, that it's relayed up to our office.
While you guys are here, also for the elected official department head luncheon, you guys had mentioned having Decorah maybe talk about the FMLA process. Did you guys want a presentation or just like a quick, here it is? What were you guys hoping for?
Well, Kirk did it several years ago. I want to say like, were you here, Rob, maybe 4 years
It's
ago?
like at the beginning.
So I think it's just always nice to have a little update of what the laws are, because it's something that not every office has to deal with it all the time, but we had one just recently that they were working on, I think through HR, and then they had to apply for FMLA, and it just was a little confusing, so maybe just, if one office or department had a problem, maybe it would just be a good refresher, just for a quick, it probably only needs to be 5 or 10 minutes if we have time for that.
Okay, thank you.
And then Decorah can kind of describe the difference between, sick leave and then applying for FMLA through the state. And then did you get the other, we had quite a few. Maybe you brought it up. I'm looking for my notes.
Caitlin, I just sent you that map too.
Thank you.
Okay, then we briefly talked about the leadership. What is that? The Professional Leadership Academy. If that's something you're interested in, I don't know if you're interested in it, but Tom is kind of getting the list together. There's a class just starting this week. And then in another 12 weeks or 14 weeks, another class will be starting.
Yes, I had heard him talk about that opening that Jahira had that was starting in August, maybe.
Yeah, one starts now. Yeah, Tom is kind of the keeper of that, and he does a really good job.
Yeah, if the commissioners support it, I talked to Barb about it and she supports it. But if you guys are good, I would like to take that class. I think he had said that Jahira's seat was for the August one, and that I feel like is far enough out that I can plan around that.
Okay, if that works, yeah, visit with Tom about it. I'm fine. Rob?
Yep.
That was
Thank
2.
you.
You got a 3. And sometimes we have somebody that starts it and then cancels, so visit with Tom, because you probably have plenty going on right now, but sometimes we have an opening that opens up faster than we think. Faster than anticipated. I don't really have anything other than, I can't even find my training here. Oh, the wage study, introduced Blair and FMLA.
Yeah, that was the idea for the lunch. You got all that earlier, didn't you, Caitlin?
Yes, yeah, I've got the Lexipol policies and training, the wage study, and Blair's introduction. And then for the training portion, I had down the FMLA thing.
Okay. Try to remember to ask for put on my little calendar.
Made it on time today.
Well, Daryl, I was really worried. I haven't seen you all day. Careful.
You signed this, Jim Anderson Cook amended it and this week, so just wondering if you can take a look and have the two of you guys sign that. He didn't add one of the days in there.
Oh, okay. Sorry about this. Or did he just bring it back? Rob, there's some more in the folder that you, the Kevin. That's in Kevin's, that it was like behind one of the reports, Public Works payroll. Daryl, how goes it?
Oh. These weather changes aren't helpful for my head. I feel barometric pressure changes a little more than people.
More than people, what are you? a
Well,
special
I
animal or
feel weather systems changing,
But people feel their bones.
which means my head hurts. I can't tell you what those weather systems could be. I'm just feeling,
Is that why my head hurts?
or it could be this slight sinus infection I have. That's makes my mouth hurt. And having 2 cooked meals for me on Saturday and Sunday, I'm not used to that.
What do you normally eat?
Well, obviously eat at home, but I have a lunch. I went to my brother's house for Saturday and Sunday for lunch because his son came home with a new girl. And then they always tell me to stay away from her and don't talk to her too much and scare her away. So I have to be quiet a lot.
It's good practice.
Then she liked me. She thought I was the most open person there. So she reacted to me like she wasn't supposed to react to me. She actually liked me for who I was.
Very engaging. Okay.
Oh gosh, she is actually, that girl's amazing for him. Very open, not a cheerleader type. You know, he always had cheerleaders. And the problem is cheerleaders, some cheerleaders have a certain mindset and expectation of life. This one is real. This girl's definitely real.
You ready?
Yep, I'm ready.
I think we're still on.
Good afternoon. It is 2:01 p.m. and we are here for the Treasurer's Office update.
So we deposited over $10 million in the bank last week. Payments are coming in big time. Our system, we're still waiting on the bank to complete their process so we can electronic send the checks to the new file. We finally got the thing in the mail Friday to test it. All the tests went fine, and now we're still waiting for the bank to finish all their stuff so we can get fully utilize the new equipment that we bought to post taxes and keep them from our employees having to do all the manual posting. So right now it's very successful. It's actually doing what we were hoping for, and leaving the front people with time for phone calls and people in the lobby, which is a lot of people. This is the week we start till the end of the month to be open during noontime. So we are, so we have some small few people coming in during that time. And I had another investments called today. So we have 30 million coming in on the Friday and Monday. I have to figure out what we're gonna do, because I don't know, I'm just waiting to see if interest rates jump up and if we can buy something better. Our pricing was not very good. All the turmoil in the market is reflected where we're gonna be paying 30, 40 basis points higher than what we projected, and our annual payments are gonna be even higher, even after we got our bond insurance that reduced our bill, reduced overall bill for the 35 and a half years by 2.4 million. And so we're paying like, I think 150,000 up front
to get that savings over time, but, or it would be even worse. We just picked the wrong time. I've never expected the time we started this, that interest rates would be jumping up and not going down. So everything has really changed, and we got impacted big time because of it. So this makes a refinancing 10 years from now for whoever's here. That makes it more likely that it would be something that would be benefit us of changing the rates. But unfortunately, that's the time when we actually have more money, more money coming in to pay what we have right now. It's just a short term. We're going to have to get some money extra to cover the monies. Also worried about, I don't know how sales tax is going to be affected by the tariffs. So we may see some slowness in that as well on just our producing revenue in our jail sales tax fund. So might be tomorrow or Wednesday, the official pricing will happen, and we'll find out exactly how we did and how our money. So do we have revenue sources to pay for the roundabout? Or what are we going to do to afford that?
I thought it was included in the amount.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
I thought it was. I mean,
Because I was thinking where roundabout was going to be paid from possibly REIT. So, so we may have some REIT that we could dedicate maybe to cover the shortages for the roundabout. So that'd be good. Did Melissa come to us this morning?
No.
Oh, okay. I talked to the Clark County Assessor's Office about the TIF. I haven't heard from her, but they believe the expectation is for the assessor to provide a lot more than what she's provided to me so far. So I don't know if she thinks she's done. They also don't show her turning in a ticket for anything for the fix. They've turned in a ticket, but I posed another question to them that they didn't ponder. So they're going to talk it over and see if they need to go to DOR about state assessed utilities. Seems like no one's asking those type of questions regarding how what the TIF impact is. Also today, discovered, hopefully doesn't have much of an impact, but the new Quincy Metropolitan Park, it sure looks like that they coded it as a voted levy, but it's a non-voted levy. That means if it was a non-voted levy, then all the seniors, if it's a voted levy, if you're getting seniors disability exemption, you're automatically get wiped out. All voted levies, no matter what.
But I thought it was voted.
It's voted to create the district.
Okay.
And then the district has the ability to tax. It's just like creating a hospital district.
Okay.
It's creating a district, which is initially voted, but all the future years, forever, it's not considered a voted, it's not like an O&M levy, a school O&M or a hospital bond. And so they may have had revenues they could have got this year that may have been got exempted. So I posed that question to her today, what's the deal? Fortunately, that wasn't in our review process of looking for that possibility. I didn't think that would be something that would be a problem. So we weren't looking to check to see if it was done right. But then most county treasurers say they don't even bother looking what the assessor do. The assessor she's responsible for it, and treasurers just let them do whatever they want to do. And if they mess up, then it's on them. Well, unfortunately, somehow it gets on me. Then we got people with corrections on the Mosaic Irrigation District who got assessed weird amounts, and then we're able to convince them to change them. So I'm not sure how what their audit process of their numbers are. We just, back to the new system, the check reader system with the machine. We just didn't anticipate, we should have, our research wasn't good enough on how much time the bank part of the equation is. So, we are amazed that it could take a month. We weren't anticipating that. And so we didn't ask the right questions regarding that part of the equation. So, what else is the, God, I'm getting a lot of emails. A lot of people moved again. What's weird is we have this year, since we let a professional person do it, where they add all the special codings and have all the addresses exactly right, that we've had more people say they didn't get their statement than all the past when we did it all. So I don't know why our volume so much. Our return mail volume is way higher than the past. So I don't know if it's PAX conversion problems, something, but we seem to have a lot more people wanting statements that say they didn't get, especially when we have the right address. And we have tracing, we paid for tracing that shows it went to the actual post office it's supposed to go to before it gets delivered. So I don't know what's happening from the post office to the actual addresses. But then when you have all these people say their delivery to the homes for packages are getting sent to other addresses, this whole postage system has been pretty bad. And that's where we depend on our website to give them the data. So
In Moses Lake, ours is wrong all the time.
I just don't know how do we fix that?
Even my post office box is wrong. I get all key banks mail.
We did have, I did also get an email today of, about US Bank finding a check that was stolen in the mail. I don't know at what point in time, but it was already, the image of that check was on the dark web. And they were offering to sell it with they blocked out certain pieces of the information and waiting for the best person to offer the best price to buy the data off that check and then try to change it to, and get it deposited in the bank. Well, it's under pay, deposit pay, and it'd be, so we contacted McKay to make sure they cancel it and issue. This vendor never got it.
From the county?
Well, no, this is directly from McKay. They don't go through accounting. So we're just having problems with mail theft for districts and warrants. It puts more burden on us to keep on top of on every single day for all the rejects and the ones still on the old account. We now hopefully will get all the rest of the school districts on pay positive pay by the end of this month. And hopefully a new line of defense against fraud. I just also learned that the person, the mobile home deputy in the assessor's office, no longer has that position anymore. Now is working someplace else. And we didn't get told. So I'm not sure why some of the key positions we deal with are change and us not get notified on them. So I still, hopefully in a future meeting that she shows up, that we ask the question, when are the maps going to be updated? Because they are getting so old. And and it actually is, what is the cost and what is the process that needs to fix that? Because all I get is a straight generic answer. And I don't know, well, what's the solution and where and who's working on it? So you have the opportunity to ask that question because we're just having, it's hard to go look up things and try to understand when you don't have the new construction on the parcel showing up. Or you don't have the roundabout on White Trail not even showing up. So that was a while ago. I don't have any questions?
Nothing for me.
Okay. All right, well, thank you very much.
Thanks, Daryl. We'll go into recess for 2 minutes until 2:15 when we're back. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
Commissioners, just a heads up, I reached out to accounting about the spreadsheet that they sent, and PS was included in there, so I'm not sure what Mandy said. So just a heads up.
Good afternoon. It is 2:16 p.m. and we are here with Susie Fody for a New Hope update. Thank you. Oh, perfect.
I was out sick last Thursday. I'll stop by upstairs and give them
Okay.
a copy, right?
Yes.
That's what you like me to do?
Yes, to Barb.
Okay.
Thank you.
First thing on my agenda is we have our site visit date set for our national accreditation, or re-accreditation, October 16th, 2025. And I believe it'll just be here all day. I don't have yet a schedule of what they're going to need from you all, but they'll either want to meet with someone in person or maybe a video call or something.
Did you get that, Barb? Or Caitlin?
It's in October. Does that need to go on the board schedule, Susie?
It does. I can send you a calendar invitation, but I right now, I don't know specifically when they're going to want the board, what time that day.
Okay, October 14th, you said?
16th, it's a
16th.
Thursday.
Okay, thank you. I'll just put it on there as a placeholder.
Perfect. And we have submitted everything. They give us 6 months. They're going to look over all our paperwork and see. So we submitted everything and it's been accepted. And I've updated you many times about our budget woes and waiting on the governor to get a budget done. Maybe this Friday or Saturday is what they're telling us. But while I'm waiting for that and trying to figure out all my budgets, I just thought I'd point out how much our services have increased. Last year, we served just under 1,800 people, or no, 2 years ago in 2023, just under 1,800 people. And then last year, almost 1,900. So it was an increase of 7.5%. And that's overall. That is kids, adults, shelter, domestic violence, sexual assault. It's all of our clients. And then just a quick glance at this year. So far, the first 3 months, we've served 689 folks. And if we keep doing that every quarter,
That's a huge increase. You said you were serving more, but. Yeah.
more. This is huge. It's big.
So is our shelter big enough to accommodate, or are you using hotel rooms?
You know what? It's not really the shelter that is full. In fact, knock on wood, we've had vacancy in our domestic violence shelter right now. It's all the other services. Oftentimes, folks, even if they are in shelter or working on something more permanent, like permanent housing, and we're helping them with rent, there's a lot of advocacy that goes involved, or that is involved in that. So, and child sexual assault cases, it's all around just increasing again. I mentioned it as I've done testimony to the state legislature too, just testifying for funds, but that the cases are more complex. You know, we're not getting simple assault, or they're very complicated cases, very complicated. Many more homicides that we're involved in for survivors.
Yes, you were 8 so far for 2025, which just.
And that's, you know, not everybody comes to us. So crazy. Anyway, I wanted to just give you another glimpse at the hard work that our advocates are doing, and that's it. Do you have any questions for me? Or thoughts or direction or?
No,
No? Homeless Task Force meeting is this week.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Don't have a real agenda, but seeing if Elizabeth will give us some insight on what's going on with the shelter.
Yeah, I did wonder a little about that with the things I've seen on Facebook. So it's just Facebook official, but.
Yeah, that's why I don't know.
Right, like if they're closing services and they're part of getting some of that, the dollars to operate something. So I don't know what that looks like, but, and then it's a complicated issue again. I don't know the answers either. Thankfully, I am that very narrow scope of domestic violence, those who are homeless because of domestic violence, and I like to keep my little expertise in that area. So. Nothing else?
Got nothing.
Nope. Recess for a little bit longer.
2:30. We'll recess until 2:30 when we're back at the clerk's office. Good afternoon, it's 2:30 and we are here with Kim Allen for the clerk's office update. What do you have for us today? Bunch of good information.
I don't have anything. Good.
Staff is good.
Staff is good. I do
Are you
have.
short any?
I have one position that I haven't filled yet. I've just kind of been waiting to see how things go. But I did get a notice, a letter of intent to retire from one of mine. So I sent an email to Gina, but she was out. I haven't talked to her about it yet, about how that'll go down, because her last day will be like August 22nd, I think is what she said. But then she's got enough vacation that'll take her through October or something.
Jesse Hughes, the vacation. Work with HR, because I think you have to use your vacation. You can't. You have to come back at some time. Or your last date, because I know we had somebody that quit working and
Because
then they wanted.
vacation is just as if you're working.
Well, there was something, maybe they had their last date was like August 22nd and then they wanted the vacation, but because it was a lot of vacation. Just work with HR so it's done correctly.
Yeah, the person that gave me the letter called HR before she gave me the letter. So I'm assuming that was okay, but I'll double check with Gina. But anyway, she's gonna be gone for a significant period of time, and I wouldn't wanna wait until after all of that vacation time to be able to advertise. So I think I'll be fine money-wise because I haven't filled that other position. I guess technically I could say that I'm filling the other position and then I'll fill hers, but so anyway, just so you know, that is coming. I haven't hashed that out yet with Gina, but I will.
It might be easier to grab the position that's not filled.
Yeah. And
It
really,
seems to
then
take
we
a while to
can
advertise
do
and get
that
somebody on board,
anytime. So.
They're up to speed and have some transitional training.
It's just a matter of where to put them. So, but we typically have somebody out on any given day. It's not very often that we're all there on the same day. So, between vacations and sick leave and everything. But, what else has been going on?
Any court cases coming up?
Court cases?
I've
We
been
got
reading the newspaper, so
a bunch of murders.
fun stuff.
But that'll be a while. Except I do think we have one murder case that's getting close. I can't remember if that was a juvenile or an adult. Somebody was talking about it the other day, but I wasn't. I just kind of heard stuff in passing. So, we heard the person that got trespassed last week. We could hear him from downstairs.
Yeah, I thought we trespassed him like a year ago. Isn't this the same?
Yeah, I thought he was trespassed for
Already?
Jerry.
I'm surprised he was, hearing it. I thought it was
No,
just.
I walked
maybe it's
out
a
of my
person
office and one of the gals up front said, can you check and see who's hollering downstairs? So
But maybe it was just for our office.
I looked and was like, yep. And then shortly after that, we got the email. It was trespass, so I asked my staff to check really quick to see if he had any cases coming in the next 7 days, and he didn't, so that was good.
I thought he was.
Otherwise, that could have blown into a bigger kerfluffle. I started haven't officially started, but I got the email to start that training that you did.
Oh, it'll start
the
today. You have to, Kate, and Tom pointed this out when you go get on your PDA, Professional Development Academy, and then it'll say course material. You have like an hour every day to do it. If you wait till the end of the week, it's a little cumbersome.
Well, I just have to do my pre-work before the initial kickoff, which is next Monday, I think. So
then he might open that. Yeah, usually after you have your meeting, you opens it up.
Just the meeting, then the introduction, and then they do the first meeting, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
They
I
did
thought
they did a little
I thought it was last
short.
week.
Yeah,
Oh,
last week we had a little half hour. Are you doing it too?
No, I just finished it up. That's why I'm trying to go by memory.
Yeah, last week we had like a half hour intro thing just to kind of tell us what the schedule is gonna look like. And then the kickoff is next Monday.
Oh, I thought Kevin said the kickoff was today. I don't know.
Maybe he's watching the
pre-work,
first video.
The pre-work.
The intro.
Yeah, could be.
If you miss the kickoff, I think I missed the kickoff.
I ran upstairs and just watched it.
Well, they said they would post everything.
Then I watched it later.
Yeah, that they
you
would
recorded
post
it, so you're like, oh, okay, yeah. Like, this is gonna be convenient if we have.
Yeah, if you don't pass, it's pretty bad, because you can watch them even later.
I think they give you a month to finish everything, and then if you need additional time, they'll give you more time. But if you just stay on it and listen.
I know,
And
I need to just set a time on my calendar.
I would just put
this
mine at
is
8
my
o'clock at
hour
night.
every day, and if it only takes me a half an hour,
well, that's what I thought it would be.
I'll go get coffee to celebrate.
So put your speed when you listen to it. You can do 1.5 times, so the videos go through, because each segment is like, it'll tell you 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. So they do plan on an hour. There are a couple days that your videos are longer than an hour. But then the next day, they'll be a little shorter.
Oh.
There's just a couple.
Okay.
But do 1.5 speed. And get a little yellow notebook.
1.5 speed, so it goes faster or
so they talk a
slower?
little bit faster.
Oh.
And if you pay attention, you can understand
Okay.
that's about what they sound like.
I
And if you
gotcha.
go 2.5 speed.
So
it's really
so
nice
Minnie
and
Mouse
fast.
is my trainer.
So I just clicked it to 1.5 speed, and then
Okay.
I would just sit there and kind of write things down, so if I don't write it down, I don't remember.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it. And then the cohort group is great. You just pick a time on Thursday.
I was surprised on the pre-meeting thing, they said the cohorts were like 100 people. Is that right?
That would be in your class. So you will only have like 10 to 12, 14 people in your
your
lose a few.
cohort.
Like, because Kirk was supposed to be in mine.
Okay.
So we lost a couple.
Okay. All right.
That
Makes more sense. I thought they were smaller
No,
groups.
we just had one end, which made it really nice. I just didn't understand. So I had Caitlin set up a Zoom meeting because when I had to host it, but she's like, oh, I just set it up for everybody. I'm like, oh, okay. So somebody in our group set it up for the whole. You have 12 weeks of class, but you have 2 weeks. It's the end of February and then end of March, where you have a week to kind of catch up. And so you'll have 1 week, 2 weeks of catch up.
In between. Yeah.
You're gonna wanna.
I'm looking forward to it. I just need to get it on my calendar so I don't.
One time I had, before we met on Thursday, I
other
had
stuff.
a couple days on Wednesday night to catch up. And I'm like, oh, because you're listening to videos, it makes you tired. So then I'm like, I'll just get up early Thursday and just finish. But I would just set my alarm 8 o'clock at night. So if I didn't do it that day, I would just do it at 8, between 8 and 9. Finished up, so it was done.
Make yourself a bowl of popcorn, watch your video.
Oh, I can't even, cannot eat popcorn. It's
Speaking of Kirk, is he still here?
Yes, he should be coming back, and I believe the next scheduled to come back.
I thought I had heard he gave his notice, but is that not official?
Yeah, he did. Then he rescinded his notice because no action had been taken. And then he was on leave, and then I think he has another leave, and we're gonna ask for an update tomorrow.
Been managing that for us.
He's getting done whatever his requirements are, but I don't know what they are, what he's helping her with. Giving her files and different things, I think.
That's good.
Anything else for you?
I met with Blair. Is that Blair?
Yep, Blair.
I don't know why I always think I'm saying the wrong name. Yeah, I met with him for, I don't know, maybe an hour last week or the week before. I can't remember, but he seems very on the ball and excited to be here.
No, it's a wealth of information.
Yeah.
We just got a supervisor department head, like an accident form. I mean, it's really, will be easy for like personal injury to fill out.
Said he was gonna try and make that all online and
No, he's been doing a really good job.
fill it out online, so, yeah.
And he's been chipping away at closing cases for us. Because our agent, Shane Hessen, has also been doing it, but when you have somebody in-house who, it's just been great having him 100% working to get. I think we closed out 3 that he announced today.
Yeah.
So just kind of finishing up little stuff.
If I don't feel short enough, though, standing next to him.
Oh, I know.
I don't even come up to his shoulder.
You gotta learn not to stand next to people like that. You just stand from
He came over, after we met, he came over to my office and just did kind of a quick walkthrough, and I introduced him to whoever was there at the time, and we were standing next to somebody's desk, and she looked at him, looked at me, and looked at him. She's like, wow, you're really tall. As we were walking over to the bookery, and he said something about that he was from Linden, and I was like, oh, Linden Christian, we used to play them in basketball. And he's like, yeah, I played basketball. I was like, oh, gosh, that really surprises me.
Yeah, we play Linden Christian too. I think they bounce between A and B. So we play
I think they're B to 2A, since I've known.
He's funny. Great. I got a good sense of humor and seems like a good addition. So, it'll be awesome.
I'm excited to help.
Of course, he came to my office and saw all kinds of things already. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna check into that.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Okay. Let me know. Yeah,
Okay,
all good.
well, we will go into recess until 3 o'clock when we are back with Superior Court. Good afternoon, it is 3 p.m. and we are here with Crystal Burns for a Superior Court update.
Hello.
Hello.
So not much different. We're super busy, and again, we're starting another trial this week and doing other trials, and it's been the same old, same old. I'm sure you all heard of our little fiasco last week with Zoom. We had a hacker.
Oh, yes. We
Yes,
did. I'm
yes.
like, I don't
So
think we heard about it. I'm like, yes, we did. You had a
that
little
was
entertainment
interesting.
for free.
Is that your
Yeah.
first time?
With that, yes. Yeah. So it was shut
I
down
don't know
a
all
few.
the details.
Oh.
I'd rather not.
Oh,
Yeah, we had to shut it down a few times, and then we had to scramble, and it was during the criminal docket, so had to have attorneys come up to court, and yeah, it was a packed courtroom. We haven't had that since before COVID. So thankfully, we think the issue is resolved. So, yeah.
well, somebody got an iPhone.
A lot of people did. Yes,
I didn't even know
so,
that even happened, that something like that could happen.
yeah. It was really interesting trying to talk with TS to figure out what in fact had happened.
Yeah, I think, Joe told us in his update, and then,
Mhm. So we're hopeful it won't happen again. But at some point, I'm sure something will. So, but other than that, Zoom has been really great. So I know that District Court is talking about starting to have Zoom. They've been over a few times to meet with us to kind of pick our ear on how we like it and what we're doing and the pros and the cons. And I think eventually they'll be happy with it as well. Just kind of the times that we're in now, offering Zoom court. So,
with a bonus.
yes, sometimes. Yeah,
I shouldn't be making fun of that, but it was just, yeah.
it just
bonus.
was not expected.
Tom told me about one because they were at a training thing. He told me about one that would be pretty interesting to observe.
Thankfully, the judges were very quick, and it happened when two different judges were on the bench. One started the docket and it happened, so they ended the meeting. So just kicked everyone off. And then it got restarted with a different judge on the bench, and again, just ended the meeting. And now we know, we didn't know this before all this had happened. TS said you can kick just one individual out of a meeting, and once you've kicked them out, they can't join back in during that session. If you were to end it and restart it, they can join in again, but they wouldn't have been able to.
So it's
We
just
didn't
a
know that.
public person?
I guess.
She
Yes.
wasn't there, Rob. This is scary.
Well, I just
Well,
am
they
always
got-
curious how they can share to the screen. I get if it was like you're a invited person,
Mm-hmm.
but then it's like your sentence could get increased or what, your leniency probably shouldn't be very lenient if you're
But
doing
it probably was, they said a hacker, so it was probably just some
Yes.
random.
Well, and they somehow got in the system because we had the setting to where no one could share their content.
Yeah.
And this person was able to take over the
Share
entire
content.
screen. Yes. And the strange thing was they weren't just a small tile on there. They took over the entire big screens in the courtroom.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, no, it was the full big screen.
it was when they said they got hacked. Okay, so it really wasn't full on.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
And then they got the name of the individual, but you can put your name as anything you want to.
Yeah.
So it could
I'm sure
very
it was not
easily
that
have,
individual.
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, I didn't realize well, Joe may have said they kind of took over, so I didn't realize, I thought they were just like a little visitor and they.
No. I guess there was some music associated, and it was just quite a event that
How do I
occurred.
do that?
I don't know.
I mean, I could see if you said, hey, pay me $5,000, I won't do it again,
Mhm.
or something like that, but just to do it.
Well, it probably happens in other courtrooms.
It happens all over.
Or somebody had a court date today and they didn't they wanted that system shut down.
Maybe so.
The trigger.
Yeah, maybe they were bored. I'm not sure. Yeah, so otherwise we're just chugging along. Really don't have much else to report. Like I said, we've been very busy. We've been doing lots of trials and other court hearings, and yeah, everyone's just chugging along.
Judge Carson's doing good,
She's doing good.
taking some pressure off the other two.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, everyone's enjoying the workload being evenly dispersed. Yeah, that's been nice for everyone.
Good bonus, yeah.
Yeah, yep, she's fitting in very well. Yeah, we're happy with her. Do you have any questions for me?
Your bailiff doing good?
Yes, he's doing good. Yeah, it's been great having him since we've been having trials back to back. And so when he's not doing trials, we're trying to teach him some things to do the judicial assistant part of the job. So we'll get there eventually. Right now, we're just focusing on him bailiffing for our jury
Yeah, I was
judges.
wondering if he did that all the time and what he did when he wasn't.
Yeah, we're teaching him, which we're all learning as this goes, what we want a judicial assistant to be, since we haven't had one before. So right now we have him in on our domestic violence dockets and then also our Friday family law dockets. And he's kind of helping the judges right now with forms and paperwork. And eventually, once he gets stuff down, he'll be meeting with pro se's and helping them before they get to court. So hopefully their paperwork can be all ready to go. Which office?
Are they auditors?
For licensing?
Yeah, well, taxes.
Oh, for taxes?
Treasurer.
You need the treasurer's office. So yes, just take the elevator right here,
What?
go up one floor, and then he'll be at the end of the hall.
Thank you.
So no, things are going well with him. He's a good addition. We're happy to have him. Kind of
Does
takes.
district court have a bailiff?
No. As far as I know, which don't quote me on this, I think a clerk just bailiffs during their trials, but their trials are concluded in one day. I don't even know if they go a
Typically,
full
I don't know.
day
Some
or a
people
half
do
day.
some, but maybe it's multiple, like they used to schedule the first week of the month, but they rarely do have a trial, so it's just kind of open that week.
Yeah, their trials are not quite like ours.
So I don't know if it's a 1 day or 2 day or
Yeah.
how that worked out.
Yeah. And yeah, I think it's our clerk that does it. And I don't know if it's the same. I would think it's not the courtroom clerk. It'd be a separate clerk, but I'm not sure how they do it in district
I
court.
think it's whoever's sitting.
So it is the
usually
courtroom
and I've
clerk.
probably been in the commissioner, yeah, whoever comes, like when they would, the judges coming in, all rise, please. Isn't that the bailiff is usually the one that announces that? not the clerk, so I think-
Yeah, interesting.
Anything else?
Well, I don't have anything else.
I don't have anything either.
don't
Do you
have
need anything
else.
from us?
I do not, but thank you
Okay.
for asking.
Then we will go into recess until 3:15 when we're back with district court. It is 3:15 and we will stand at ease until district court arrives. Good afternoon. It is 3:16 p.m. We are back in session with district court. Hello. Hi. Did you get any answers for your project? I saw Friday there was the letter that gave Tom the authority to talk to them. Wasn't that Friday on your grant?
I don't know, that gave Tom the authority to talk to them. We're asking you guys to direct us to put him in charge of the grant.
But then they need to be able to talk to him.
Yes. There's really not anything I directly can do on my own everything I would be getting comes from him, so it makes more sense for him to have basically the access that I have to the grant as the grant administrator.
Yes.
He should be the grant administrator. Now, obviously, transferring that over may not happen immediately, so I can get the budget amended again and that sort of thing, but going forward, ideally, he takes that responsibility over going forward. That's what we're asking.
That's what your letter was.
Otherwise, we're back in this boat every time I need to do anything, report anything, financial progress, anything.
Just
I
switch
don't
all
have the
over, so
information.
Tom.
It's
It's under development services. Tom.
right. And I'm happy to assist. I just don't think that me being the main person makes any sense.
Gotcha. It's weird you can't have more than one.
And there may be a way to keep me on there as a smaller role. But as it is right now, I'm kind of everything on there, and that doesn't make any sense at all.
I think the key thing is this got to a point where it's beyond our expertise
Yeah,
to fill
facilities
in these
maintenance
numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I don't want to pretend that we know something we don't know.
Yeah. And everything going forward, grant reporting and progress reports and financials, I mean, everything is going to come from Tom. I'm not going to have any of that.
So what we're hoping for is your authorization to let him take that over, and that might buy us some time as well too. And then submit what we have now, and see where it goes.
I'm good with it. I just don't want to lose the grant.
Agreed.
I mean, we got it a couple of years ago.
I don't want to lose it either. I think it's better fit for him obviously with whatever help he wants from us, especially Desiree. I'm not much help, but.
Yeah, and if he doesn't have time, it'd be cool if he maybe let Kevin give it a try or.
And I don't care who I get, I just need to be told who to replace me as the grant administrator, essentially. Whether that's him or Kevin or whoever.
I don't know what the guy's gonna say today about any of this. I mean, he could just say, we're done. I don't know. We have an hour and 40 minutes to figure that out. Because the deadline's today at 5.
I assume at least getting, the budget amended, I can do that. Should at least clear us through the next screening of the budget, and that should hopefully allow us time to transfer the grant to someone else's name as, the person
Project
handling the
manager
grant.
or-
Yeah, exactly.
The part on the grant that's confusing to me is that they want it to be 1.5 million. Which, okay, but it's gonna cost more than 1.5 million.
Right.
So how do you fit?
I think what their guess is where's the 1.5 gonna be
They
spent
only
at?
care about what
Yeah.
they're paying for.
That's all
Yeah.
they care about. So whatever the extra is, we have to leave off, I guess.
Yeah.
My hope is that they would just say, this is what it is. We're gonna figure out how to pay the rest of it. This is where we're using that money. I think in a way that's what they're saying, but they don't give a crap about the other stuff that's gonna cost the extra.
Yeah.
Yeah, but then they shouldn't care about equipment costs.
I
They
agree.
shouldn't care about.
I agree.
Right.
I agree. So I think if we cut that
So
out,
weird.
like some of those costs, and just say this is what it's gonna cover, and we make sure that money goes directly to that part, I think we're okay. But that's where Tom is especially gonna be, knowing that particular items, we have no idea. I mean, I just know it's expensive. So we'll report. We're not gonna be here next week, but we can send an email to report how things are going.
Yeah.
We have a person in our office that's being given
I
an award.
wouldn't even,
What's that?
It's,
I
it's
would-
public, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
If it's,
Oh, to make sure no one knows, you
yep,
don't give
yep.
it away. We
Sorry.
have a special event we're attending.
Yes,
okay.
Next week.
we can
It's for
report
a
back
good
on that
cause.
the week after.
Yeah, we'll report it. It's,
So do we need to
for
cancel
district
your
court.
meeting?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
Caitlin or Barb, can you please cancel the district court meeting next week?
Will do.
So you guys are aware, I'm not sure it'll be a big deal for you guys, but the prosecutor's office, you probably know that they're trying to move to remote hearings primarily in district court. They are wanting to have printers in the courtroom. We don't know exactly what that looks like, and we don't know if public defense has even really been fully informed as to what their desires are. So we're working with that as well too, the best we can. Try to
Because
figure
we have
out.
a difficult time, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, finding attorneys.
Yeah.
We're gonna get what we can take.
Yeah, I think there's some of that. The way what's being presented to us about how it's gonna work doesn't seem feasible, but they seem to think it will be. We're really hoping it's a trial and error thing first, but we did meet with Superior Court, who's been doing remote pretty much all the time, and got a lot of good pointers, a lot of good tips. So we're gonna probably mimic or copy exactly kind of what a lot of what they're doing. The big difference right now is the printers in the courtroom, and I don't know if you were included in the email from TS about the printers in the courtroom, but they didn't seem too enthused about it. And so
I've seen something, let me pull it up.
they had a lot of questions. And we do too, exactly who's manning it, who's taking care of it, who's providing the maintenance. The one thing that's agreed is that my clerks and myself, the judges, will not be manning their paperwork. Someone is gonna have to be there. What they do in Superior Court is have a legal assistant handle a lot of the paperwork. We would expect the same, and I think that's their plan. The only difference is wanting those printers in the courtroom. So we haven't really got a huge weigh-in from public defense yet, so, and I know Brett's not back until tomorrow. Is your guys' meeting with him canceled?
No?
Okay.
Should be.
He might be sending someone. I think he's gone. I got an email from him that says he's gone
I
till the
don't remember what he
22nd.
said last week.
Yeah,
He might have said he wasn't gonna be here. Or he might have said he was gonna send someone in.
yeah. But yeah, I know he's not back from till the 22nd, and I haven't heard his take on any of this. So.
I don't have any notes from his meeting.
Okay.
Other than he was just getting ready to go, he was hoping to leave Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah.
Or Wednesday, but he was gonna work, he had to run up to youth services in Chelan. Or detention.
So we'll send that stuff off for the security thing and see where it goes.
Do you guys have a preference on who you want to take that over? If you want it to be Tom or Kevin or?
No, Tom is the first one.
Okay.
It's just if he is too busy, then it seems like not too much for facilities either, so. He has seemed too busy in this process. That's why I say that.
Yeah.
Because it's been very different dealing with this one than normal.
You just have, you have personalized login, authenticator and all that, so we'll have to, hopefully we can add multiple people would be really nice.
Some days we have a lot of construction, other days we don't, but this would be the year that we have a lot going on
Right.
with, yeah.
Very true.
When it rains, it pours.
Probably in a year and a half though, there won't be much.
Tom will be bored. He'll be looking for things to do. He's like, how did I make
Won't
it?
know
Yeah,
what
I
to
don't
do
know
with
how we
himself.
made it through as we're working on the morgue, the general office remodel, the jail. I feel like there's something else maybe the remodel here. Yeah.
What was decided on where the morgue is going? I hadn't heard. I know
It's
there's a
still
lot of
in borough
discussion.
parcel. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
the hospital, it was just getting very, very, very expensive
I
to.
had heard that, yeah.
What's one in the dental office again?
We're remodeling dental office for HR and maintenance, some of the maintenance. That's what we ended up with. Maintenance.
I think it would be nice for HR to be over there.
Yeah, I think HR is going
They
to,
need a little more room.
Yeah.
should move payroll in with HR too.
Maybe maintenance won't be
Where is
needed in payroll, well, but
In
that's,
accounting.
it is HR. We have our payroll. our
It's
team
an HR
employees.
function.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
It's also an accounting function, so.
That's all we have. Not super exciting.
You'll get emails from us if there's issues, because we won't be here next week. That's it.
Yeah, let me know what happens on the grant today.
Okay.
Call me or whatever.
Well, thank you for joining us today.
Yep.
We will go into recess until 3:30 when we're back with public defense, maybe.
Yep, thanks.
All
See you
right.
guys.
There will not be a public defense update today, so we will go into recess until
What's up, open or
3:45.
closed?
Good afternoon, it is 3:45 PM and we are in session for prosecuting attorney's office update. And we have Barbara Dorbeck with us.
Hello.
Howdy. Hi, Jim.
Hello.
There you are, okay, we lost you.
Took me a second there.
Oh, Kevin's here.
Oh, wow, you're on the big screen.
I don't
Okay,
see anything specific on
closer.
the agenda, other than the contract you wanted me to come talk about.
Yeah, and it's just because, thank you for coming, we didn't make a decision, so I guess that would have been perfect time for us to discuss the contract.
Yep.
Last year, I think we just ultimately went with, is it Romeo? I thought that's what we did, because we went back and forth, so I thought,
My understanding of our result, do you need to get out of here? Can I? Okay.
Please.
My understanding of the result was a few things that were big issues we did cure with Romeo. And then at that point, the BOCC wanted to proceed as was. Since I'm still seeing those contracts, and this is the first time this year that I'm seeing these, and we have a new commissioner, I want to make sure that those were still the marching orders. I have given you the details of my concerns. Again, some of the concerns that we had in the past have been ameliorated and they are continually corrected. For example, Romeo seems to have generally corrected venue and choice of law to Washington, so that issue isn't an issue anymore. So if you want me to go through and do a full deep dive, I'm happy to do that. But given time constraints and resources, I want to make sure that was something you're actually interested in. Otherwise, barring a deep dive, I'm fine with the contract proceeding. I don't see any bold-face problems.
okay, and is Kevin on? Because Kevin did comment about the red lines, we have a lot of red lines, I just want to make sure that the red,
He's not
both
on.
sides see it. And one is not redlining it and changing things after the other's already signed it, so I just want to make sure we're.
My understanding is that Romeo's process is to then send all those corrections to the opposing party, and Jim's nodding in agreement.
Okay.
My concern is that they're not initialed. I understand that would be very irritating. Other counties previously, when I reached out at the request, the commissioners indicated that they were able to get those initials. We were told no by Romeo, and they also told us that it would not be possible to convert the document to a Word document, even using Adobe, because of the formatting. I'm not sure why, given the fact that they continue to use the same contracts. So in my mind, it would be an easy one-time fix, and then we wouldn't have to have this legal question dangling. But I did speak with their legal counsel, and that was how their legal counsel felt. So I just have a very different feeling about that, but it's not my decision.
But you're okay since we've addressed the larger issues last year?
Yes, I do still have some problems. For example, I think that if we hit a lawsuit, there's going to be a lot of confusion about the referenced addendums. That said, how that will affect us will all depend on what the lawsuit is about, because the party seeking enforcement is the one that has to prove that up. Now, we do have emails going back and forth ostensibly about all of this, from what Romeo has represented to me in the past. So there is a way to bring those in. It's just very difficult. There's lots of hoops to jump through. You have to prove that the four corners of the contract clearly do not express the whole agreement accurately. If they're contending that they didn't agree to that, and then there would be allegations of fraud by someone about something, and it would just make the lawsuit more difficult, more confusing, and more expensive. So those are my concerns. That said, the really big issues like choice of law and things of that nature have been resolved, which is why I'm not coming to you saying we cannot enter this contract. It would be a horrible, horrible idea. I'm saying I think it would be okay, but a lawsuit is going to be an absolute nightmare. So that's what I'm saying.
I would add, I feel comfortable with Romeo. And in fact, one of the options which some of the counties are now doing is they enter into a contract strictly with Romeo. Romeo then contracts with all of the artists for the entirety of fair. So we would have one contract that the PAO, Kevin and Rebecca could, and Barbara could review. And then they would actually enter into contracts with all the entertainers. Because if you think about all the entertainment contracts, this is the only one that's over the $35,000 threshold. But I even have contracts for, $5,000 for a clown. So they could actually do all of those contracts, and we would have one with Romeo. So that's an option for next year.
Certainly something we could look at. I think it would obviously depend on the terms of the agreement with Romeo, how much liability we keep, how much they take on. But depending on what that looked like and Blair's thoughts on that as well, I think he would definitely want to weigh in on who's keeping what liability in what circumstance. But that's definitely an option. Certainly would, if it worked out, take weight off of our office, which we're always looking to do so long as it doesn't create more liability for the county.
Yep.
That Jim was doing all of our litigation now.
Hey, I was impressed. No, but I was impressed with the response on another letter. That really impressed the heck out of me, actually.
You're very kind. I always find an affidavit that starts with mea culpa, mea culpa. I'm really trying to follow the rules, but I'm not. Again, mea culpa goes a long way. So I don't know if you have any other questions for me or how you'd like to proceed.
No, that's it. And I think we will just wait to visit with Kevin tomorrow.
Okay, great. If Barb Vasquez could just let myself and Jim know how we want to proceed so we can have finality on our end. I know you'll sign what you want, but I'm sure Jim will want to know. And
roundtable.
Fabulous.
2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'll make a little note.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
Want me to stick around for anything?
I don't really have anything, so unless they do.
Nothing for me. Anything for you?
Nope.
All right. Well then.
Okay.
Fabulous.
Just trying to make little notes when I tell.
We will recess until 4 p.m. when we meet with Rob Carlinzi.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. It is 4 p.m. We're back in session with Moses Lake City Manager introduction and City Mayor Dustin Swartz. We have Rob Carlinzi with us today. Welcome to the county and to the city. Would you like to let us know how long you've been in position?
Yeah, thanks for having us. Thank you, commissioners. My name is Rob Carlinzi, and I've been here just shy of a month, just 3 days shy. So on the 24th will be my 1 month anniversary. And it's been a really exciting journey so far, really fascinating and fun too, exciting. But I've been in this business for about 30 years. So I got started right out of grad school in 1995. Helped start a new city in the Tacoma area. Was there for about 12 years and then went on to run the city of Gig Harbor. And from there, I went and became the city manager of Kenmore, Washington, right there at the north end of Lake Washington in North King County. And I was there for 13 years. So after a while of being there, I just kind of started to get the feeling that it was time to give somebody else a shot at that job. My deputy city manager, I've been kind of building her up to be ready for that job, and she's ready. And Moses Lake started being on my radar a few years ago, and I just felt this pull towards Moses Lake, not any other city. I wasn't really even looking, but Moses Lake was calling my name. So long story short, I applied for the job in January, interviewed, and looked like it was a good fit. So we decided to pull the trigger and make it happen.
Moses Lake's cool because there's a lot of growth going, a lot of industry coming, but then there's also the side of people that don't want the growth or don't want the things that come with it. So you have a lot of work to do, which you already know.
Yeah, sometimes in the same conversation within a sentence of each other, I get, hey, we really like the small town feel, and when are we getting a Costco?
Yeah.
So I'm hearing a lot about that. So yeah, that's one of the things that makes this job exciting is all of the really cool industry that's here, the manufacturing. Before I started really learning about Moses Lake a few years ago, I just thought it was a kind of an agricultural town on the way to Spokane. And it's very much agricultural, and that's a huge part of the heritage here. But also with the port and the airport there and everything around it and all the really cool manufacturing that's coming here. Moses Lake is growing, and it's a place where people want to be. It's a place where employers want to bring their jobs. So
I say Grant County doesn't really have a whole lot to look at, but what you feel when you're here will more than make up for it. Because I think it's just good people are here.
Yeah.
Kind of a very family focused community.
I'm totally getting that vibe, and I like it.
Well, I think that's kind of the biggest takeaway we have here. And our children are our greatest commodity here in Grant County.
And you don't have the traffic.
I know.
I mean, when you're coming from the west side, that's my favorite things is we have sun all the time, and the traffic we don't have, and there's not all the things to spend your money on. Those are my three favorite things.
Yeah, on Vantage. So the Vantage will get blocked or backed up as they're working on that. But that has nothing to do with Grant County. That is WashDOT repairing the bridge.
But you're right, it is so easy to get around Moses Lake and the area around it. It's really nice. So.
Have any big goals to start off your career here?
Well, I take my marching orders from the city council, and so they tell me what's important to work on. And when I was a candidate, they also told me what was important to work on. So those main items are, water, obviously, figuring that out. And I think there's a good path forward on water. It's going to take us being relentless and persistent and creative and being resourceful. But as the mayor's pointed out, that's what this place is known for. So I don't have any fear that we're not going to figure out the water issue.
Either. The persistence on doing that is what needs to happen because it's being done in other municipalities around us.
Yeah.
So it's not that unheard of.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I may jump in, I think everybody has an agenda to a degree in what they do, right? But you know, when Rob said that he showed an interest in Moses Lake a few years ago, I truly believe that. And, you know, people can have a motive of why they want to be somewhere, or again, an agenda, but I truly feel that, you know, Rob's main goal is that to add to what we already have going on here, right? So he's appreciative again of the ingenuity and these, you know, really the tenacity of our population, our community here. And so to be a part of that, I truly believe he's here to be a part of it.
Oh, yeah.
Not to drastically change the way that we do things, but to improve them, right?
Yeah, build on it, yeah.
Yeah, and so as far as, you know, feeling like we're being heard as a council now, I think we feel that way more than we have, certainly since I've been on council. So we're definitely going in the right direction. But, you know, the water thing was it came out of nowhere, right, for us, really. We enjoyed the same water supply for, you know, 70, 80 years with no interruption, right? And so there's a lot going on. I think within the first couple days, we had a fatal shooting in Moses Lake when Rob just came on. So he's already seen some of the challenges that we have in our community. So, you know, he's stepped right in. The level of professionalism that he has, it showed itself right away. So the experience, how deliberate he was in his career progression really stood out to me. So again, the experience just showed through right away. He's been able to really capture the ideas of the council very quickly to start some very constructive conversations that we've been wanting to have for a long time. So hopefully we start to bring the county and other entities into this before too long.
How do you guys do that? Have those constructive conversations at the council level? Because are you meeting outside of just those twice a month meetings to do that?
If I could jump in again,
Yeah,
I mean, I'm going to answer the question for Rob because it's what I'm seeing happening is that the way that he's presenting the information, number one is it's based on a lot of information that was gathered from a lot of different sources, right? But we're given options. So it allows the council something to think about, right?
Rather being led to the decision.
Yeah, which is what we felt like, or that the information was siloed to a degree. So we may think of a problem in only one context when really it affects, you know, several different departments or several different communities within our community may be affected differently by what we do here. So setting the conversation up in such a way that the council can explore all the options together, I think has been the biggest difference for me. But if you want to expand on that, please do.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is staff's job, is to provide options, good analysis of those options, and let council decide. Will we have opinions and recommendations? Yes, we will. I've told the council that I'll have more of an opinion on things, on policy matters, if I know that if the direction we're headed might adversely affect operations or the city's finances. I'll tend to be more opinionated on those when if I'm worried that we're going to do harm to the organization. But other than that, or even if that is the case, once the city council makes a decision, we get behind it and we support it and we try to make that decision successful, no matter what the decision is. And that's, as public servants, we have to be okay with that because we get into public service for a reason. We're passionate about making a difference. And sometimes we can get passionate about an idea or a recommendation that we have. And so we kind of got to balance being passionate and dispassionate. Passionate about doing a good job, but dispassionate when it comes to the council's decision and letting them decide and being able to just let go and letting them make the decision and getting behind it 100%. One thing that people will get sick of me talking about is this thing called loose tight. As a city manager, has to live in this world of loose tight all the time. So you want to be risk averse, but you want to be bold too. And so that's an example of loose tight. Another example is being passionate and dispassionate and finding that balance.
Good analogy of that, because
yeah. But other priorities besides water, public safety, the city's budget. We don't have a budget crisis or anything, but we need to make sure that our revenues and our expenditures are in line with each other. This year we have an adopted budget that is a deficit budget. But again, I'm not overly concerned. We need to get on top of it now before it does become an issue. So budget. Along those same lines is the fire department. The council's asked us to look at options in providing fire service, whether it's keeping it in-house or looking at like a regional fire authority or a municipal district. There's pros and cons to all those options. One of the pros of having them be their own district is then they'd have their own dedicated funding source, and they wouldn't have to be competing with everything else that's in the general fund. So council wants us to be in a mode of continual improvement, including customer service and efficiency. And that should be a given in any organization. No matter how good an organization thinks they are, they always need to be in a state of continuous improvement. We can always improve the way we serve our customers. We can always find efficiencies. And that's just a never-ending journey. It's always, you've never arrived, when it comes to that kind of stuff.
is Madeline still working as your financial?
She is. She came from here, correct?
Yes.
Sorry about
She
that.
is greatly missed. She will, when you're talking about budget, I'm like, she's very aware of a balanced budget. And
yeah.
She will be on you to make sure your budget is not overspent or you're buying frivolous items.
You're not the first person who's worked in this organization who's said very good things about her. So yeah,
she's good. She's on point.
Well, and she served as our interim city manager there for a minute even. So she's willing to do whatever.
She understands it.
Yeah, and she really does care about the organization. I can tell that. I think there are some people who just show up every day and feel some entitlement, but she's definitely there to add.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, when Madeline speaks, you need to listen because she knows.
Yeah, no, and she's very level-headed. Yes, yeah.
Well, she was even put on the spot a little bit at Friday's meeting, asking, how much money do we give to this organization and she had answers, so that was great.
Are you guys having this budget a huge concern? I mean, it is always, but.
We have actually been very lucky. That's what I'm telling these, like, you guys, we have not really had a deficit, but we have a healthy reserve.
Mm-hmm.
But we're also putting up a,
$55
million jail. We've got to put a coroner's office in. We've got to figure out what to do with the old jail. And then we are remodeling a building over here. So we have some big items.
So that is one thing you may want to be aware of. I believe the county has been trying to site the coroner's office somewhere in the Moses Lake area, which
Close to the hospital.
Yeah, I mean, I as one council member I don't have much issue with it, but I think there were some problems in our own ordinances that were, may not have allowed it in a lot of places. So.
Oh, okay.
But it makes a lot of sense being that the hospital is there, right? So I think.
Well, because we have the morgue in the hospital and we have our coroner's office downtown on Ivy Street behind the.
Oh, excuse me, you're looking for the morgue location as well, though, correct?
Yeah, so we're putting them all together.
Okay.
So when you're looking at the coroner's office and the morgue.
Yes.
Yeah, the morgue is currently housed in the hospital. We were going to move with the hospital, but because of the cost, it's just.
They couldn't do
just
it.
Cannot.
Yeah, they were under budget constraints anyway. I think they had to let go of a couple 4 or 5 rooms in their design or whatever, just to make it
Well,
pencil.
we were paying for it, but it was 5,000 square foot max.
Oh.
It was at $1,500 a square. That's about what the hospital paid.
Good Lord.
And we can do it for about 500 a square. And we're gonna be more like 10,000 square feet. So just trying to find the land.
So one, not to get too far afield or too specific on one item, but I believe the Aspie group, Andy Chen, had mentioned donating land up on Patton Boulevard, if that would be an option.
I don't know if that made it our way.
I don't think so.
Well, I met with him maybe 3 months ago with, at the time, our fire chief, who has since retired, but he's also committed to donating a piece of land for an additional fire station up in that area. It would be right where the new Amazon facility is going on Patton. I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but we have Amazon in Moses Lake now, so.
We were trying to keep it as close to I-90 as possible.
That makes a lot of sense.
Because there's only one, what's the autopsy specialist name? There's only one in the state.
Oh.
So we need to be as close to I-90 to be convenient as possible.
So by the hospital.
Yeah, but that lot didn't work out
So we're
with the school
kind of searching.
district, so. They have a pre-app meeting with the city, I think next week.
Okay.
On that parcel that we're looking at.
And remind me again, where is that parcel approximately?
I'll let you know when we're not online.
Oh, okay.
Now we can go into executive session for real estate acquisition.
We could, yes.
We could, I could tell you that, we
It
could
would
do that.
be-
Just like 8 minutes, 10 minutes.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Okay, so
We are going to go into executive session for 10 minutes, beginning at 4:18. We're coming back out at 4:28 for real estate acquisition, RCW 42.30.1101B. Caitlin, we're going to extend executive session 5 more minutes, coming out at 4:33 p.m. It is 4:33. We are out of executive session. Well, that's good to know. We do have a task force meeting on Thursday. I asked Carrie to prepare the numbers, basically the numbers that the city gets for having that emergency shelter, to see kind of how it'll impact next year's budget, basically, and then what will be lost or what will be removed or how it'll work. So she was doing that today. And then I had asked Elizabeth to give an update also.
we do have pass-through funding, so if the county opts not to have the pass-through funding, then the state commerce, they can contract directly with
Or,
like
yeah,
Hope Source or whoever wants to take on that project.
Yeah, if someone volunteers to operate one, it would be up to you guys, basically, not allowing the use in the zoning.
Right, which we really haven't explored that question much. Do you feel there's a possibility of that happening?
I haven't heard of anyone. I've heard of some churches showing interest in the past, but not doing it.
Well, I think Hope Source is kind of our more active.
They have no interest in it.
Okay. All right, what else?
I have I have not heard any interest in
Okay.
But we as a city are gonna need to do some things between now and June 30th to be ready, including helping our businesses, commercial properties have a plan, knowing what they can and can't do, how they can utilize the city, and getting ahead of camps ahead of time and early on. Also, there's some things that I think we can do on our codes to tighten things up around camping and other behaviors in the public. So, and then one thing we talked about on Friday at the council meeting was finding some sort of a service that will help people get to where they need to go to get the best help possible, and including wraparound services. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that term, but which Moses Lake hasn't really had. I think when they wanted to do that transformational thing, they wanted to get to that point where the city had full wraparound services, but that didn't happen. But there are other cities like Spokane that have those, and they have multiple shelters with bed capacity. And so the city council wants us to look into a way to not just, leave people high and dry, but actually give them an option where they can get to the help that they need to get.
We funded with an ARPA grant, a group that's trying to do that.
What group is that?
I don't know, Victor just got involved with it recently, but it's Patriot Church, I think, is running the grant with Joseph Moriarty.
Oh, okay. So I didn't know they were operating off of a county grant.
Yeah, an ARPA grant.
Well, in Douglas County, Chelan, city of Chelan, I don't know if they're working together, but they kind of have that wraparound entry where they put their veteran service coordinator and the wraparound care, so that when a person comes in, they can get to the services that they need, like a one-stop shop.
Yeah, right. And Spokane has a really great website. It's kind of like a dashboard where you can see all the different shelters and how much capacity is available in each shelter in real time. And so we could have a service like that could look at Spokane or other cities and say, okay, look, there's 14 beds available here at this shelter. Do you want to go there and get the help you need? And then have a transport service that actually gets them there. So it's different than, hey, here's a Greyhound bus ticket to Spokane, knock yourself out. That's not what we're talking about. It's actually getting them to service that would actually help them.
Yeah, so that group, we funded them for their transportation and a vehicle. And then in the estimate per delivery of person to those services was like $300.
Aren't we
It's
doing
right
them?
here.
I think in the agenda.
Show it to you guys since you probably have never seen it.
So I was told they weren't a legitimate enough organization to do this.
You what?
Well, I had been told maybe, or it was suggested that Patriot Church outfit didn't have the requisite qualifications to be able to receive grant funding.
Oh, this will show you kind of who's.
Okay, so it's Jacob's Well. I think we did have to look
Jacob's
for.
Well,
Okay,
thank you.
so they did get $44,000, and we're gonna give it to them. We're approving it tomorrow.
What is Jacob's Well? Is that
Rapid Response Road.
I believe they're the ones that were requesting it, but because they didn't have
They didn't have a nonprofit.
so they teamed up with Patriot Church of Spokane Valley. That's what I'm assuming.
He
Oh.
does a church in Moses Lake and in Spokane.
Yeah, so this might be something that can be further built upon and expanded.
Right. Okay. So is this something you've formalized with the homeless task force as a strategy?
Has nothing to do with the task force.
It could though.
Yeah, but it doesn't. That was an ARPA grant. So like you guys had your ARPA funds. That was one of the things we gave out.
So there weren't that many strings attached to it then. Got it.
Just follow through, improve.
Just wondering if the document recording fee could pay for this.
So how do you utilize the document recording fees at the county for any of this?
Ours, we don't keep any.
I thought we kept some admin.
A little bit of admin, not enough to
Yeah, not
do
enough
much
to
with
get
it.
rich.
Because we give it all to Housing Authority, Moses Lake, and New Hub.
Okay, so that's how you use it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We could take it.
No, I know, but that's
But
what we're
then-
talking about because it's carved out in the state law, right? That you can use it for those types of services.
I think the homeless task force, that's their duty, is to take those funds and divide it up, so.
Well, and that's kind of what we're talking about, is if we could put ours together, we may be able to more effectively do that
Present,
type of
yeah.
thing, so.
What are those three? So the housing authority.
New Hope,
Remind me what that is.
that's for domestic violence, you know, battered women, families.
And then it's like 23%, 23%, and
Well, Moses Lake, apparently there was new legislation, was it Gil Alvarado was kind of the workhorse there. Maybe 17, I don't know when it came about, but new legislation, so we had to figure out whatever, I think Daryl did a calculation, maybe on REACH, something, he did a calculation and figured out what the city's portion is, so you kind of have your own carved out area, or carved out amount.
Oh, okay, so that's the
Because
other,
it's kind
I
of
get
an
it.
addition, new funds that came in or a new source.
So those are the ones we're collecting and not using.
So it can just, because that's your portion.
Mhm. Okay,
whatever
so we
Gil
have a
was,
good,
the city administrator.
I mean, an okay source of funds there,
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, I have all the numbers. I'm trying to find them right
and I
now.
believe you kind of bypass, the city bypasses it, that voting portion, because you've requested it in that new legislation, you get.
Right, we get
what you
it.
want. You don't have to apply for it.
Right. Well, right now, we have not applied it to any of these services. So we've been using the pass-through grant money this whole time, right?
commerce money.
Yes.
Commerce
State's House Bill
CHG Housing Authority gets 2.8 million. New Hope 292. I think the city is 292 also.
But that's CHG, that's,
Well, the
consolidated
EHF, I have
housing grant.
EHF also. So EHF shows the city as 585,000.
What? Per year?
Yeah, July 2024 to June 2025.
That's a different grant. I don't think that's a 2160 filing.
I thought that one was. That one, Hope Source is involved into. You can ask Carrie. Barbara's Carrie still here?
Neither Barb nor Carrie are still here.
I'll
He
keep
left
them.
you?
I'm still here though, don't worry.
I know.
The Carrie would be the keeper of those.
I
funds.
have all of them. I'm trying to find them.
Well, I have my budget book here.
What did you figure it was over, like 100,000 a year?
The talking the recording fee is
Yes.
100,000.
Yeah,
23%.
we call it the House Bill 2160 funds. Because, well, there was an additional House bill, I think, or Senate bill that came through after that, but that's what it's always been referred to. The filing fees. And there's two different filing fees that come through. There's, I think it's a 70-30 split between the Housing Authority and New Hope, and then like 60-40, 70-30, 60-40.
I think that was the big one.
But in the Moses Lake, kind of like I said, carved out. I don't know if the new funds came out and then you guys got the new funds. But Gil Alvarado was the spearhead on that.
I'll bug him about it.
It was kind of, we're like, what are you talking about? But it was just new funds or new allotment that he could.
I was trying to find that map on your city, on your county website.
If you just do a public records request, they will send you one.
I'm sure my own GIS person could too. But. So can you tell me which commissioner is which? So.
Kevin, who's not here, is District 1.
Okay.
Rob is District 2. Smallest land mass. And then I am District 3. My district will double. I'll have like 34,000 people. So District 3 in the summertime, when I have concerts, I'll have double that population.
Yeah.
Just go out to George.
Yep.
I have the Gorge, I have Crescent Bar, Sutherland Estates, Desert Air.
She has the bougie part of the county.
Well, now,
I have the individuals that like to come over and they want to live in a rural community with city
Yeah,
services.
amenities, right, this is, yeah.
So it looks like all three of you have a little bit of Moses Lake.
We do.
Which one of you has the most of Moses Lake?
Rob.
Probably be you, right, Rob?
Yeah.
Even Kevin has
Yeah.
some of it.
Oh,
We've kind of
Kevin's a
divided that out with
resident.
population.
Yeah.
and it's
City
like-
has a lot of West Shore, and then Kevin has Cascade Valley and some of Ridgeview.
Interesting.
So actually Moses Lake could control the whole entire county, how it's set up. Because before I would stop at Dawson Road and I had Ephrata.
Well, there's a whole conversation about May Valley and the roads being built out there.
Yes,
sewer and all
I've
that
had a
stuff.
call or two on that.
Yeah.
And what's the flavor of the calls you get?
Oh, they're so happy that the road is torn up and they're losing part of their yard.
Got it.
And they're gonna put a sidewalk in and block off their driveway. And the driveway access is not gonna be very large.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of
Well, and
complaints
roll
also.
curbs Is what they
Yeah.
told them they'd have, and now they have curbs,
Because
not
of
roll
state and
curbs.
federal funding.
Firing to be curbs.
Maybe the same complaints you've received.
Yeah, I mean, I've been very defensive of the county. Said, trust me, in a few months you will be very happy they did
But
this.
it's a rough go around. And I'm sure the contractors out there are getting an earful because some
Sure.
of the responses are not real pleasant, so that they get responded to. And just have to remind them they are not county employees, but
Right.
that we have contracted with.
Well, we've gotten a few phone calls, but
Well, thanks for taking those.
no problem.
It will be a little painful, but hopefully when it's over, it will be well worth it.
When's that supposed to be done? Like September?
September.
Yeah, I think so. A little before that.
Cool.
I think it'll be nice when it's done.
Yeah.
You know, it'll grow on people. It's just not what they bought.
Right. Well, it makes the conversation easier for us out there, honestly, about annexation or any of those things, so. But it's an interesting community of people, right? You have totally different motives there, depending on how long they've lived out there, so.
Yeah, and then a week or two ago, I saw an email stating that in the unincorporated urban growth area, that developments are gonna now be following city standards for development, like road standards and things like that. Does that sound familiar?
Well, I think we had a development agreement when Damien Hooper was here. And Jim from Building and Planning said, we don't have a development agreement with the different cities. I'm like, are you sure? So
Like
he
a
is the lawyer.
memorandum of understanding, or is it,
Yeah.
or an
So, yeah, I
interlocal
think he's
agreement?
trying to, incorporate, so, because on the UGA, we kind of have some different standards if you're building within the UGA, but
Yeah,
definitely,
the ILA. I think he's working on that.
we haven't really.
We haven't had one.
No, so it's kind of like, well, this is kind of close enough. So this will be good when we're working with the different communities in the UGA to really,
Right, I mean, I can only say I think our staff will like it, on our
That's kind
end of
been
things.
I mean, we have asked for it, but I don't think it has, it has been concrete and
Yeah,
I think it's just
I mean, yeah, the idea is that we're gonna
continuity.
eventually, yeah, if we're gonna annex it someday, we'd wanna inherit, inherit the infrastructure that meets our standards, so it makes sense. When I was in Gig Harbor, we annexed a lot, and we had a lot in the UGA, and we had an interlocal agreement with Pierce County to make sure things got built according to our standards, but it also meant that we got some of the development fees because we were reviewing the plans, and so there'd be kind of a simultaneous double bureaucracy review of plans, the county and then the city would get to review plans, and so.
Yeah, I think it came up the most because a developer was wanting to develop in the county to save on a lot of the costs. That would be if they were in the city. And Jim was kind of like, we need to get this to where we just,
Well, it was a very large one. It wasn't a
Yeah.
smaller, so.
Yeah. So
Where was this?
it was in May Valley.
Good to know.
You know, if you don't have to have curbs, it doesn't cost as much, right? You don't have to have sidewalks.
No, I mean, I get it, and then we've had these discussions, but the more, it makes more and more sense just to bite, the whole thing off at once, do it the right way. In those areas especially, I mean,
Does the county require sidewalks in your unincorporated developments?
I think the only sidewalks that we have are on, in most like on, I want to call it the base, but on Larson. I don't think we have sidewalks in Desert Air, Southern Estates.
you don't. In a lot of places, they don't have curb, even nothing.
Fairgrounds, around the fairgrounds. That's about our only spot.
Yeah, the fairgrounds has that nice little stretch. I took Rob on a tour of the fairgrounds, or actually Jim did,
Okay.
so.
That's true, yeah.
That was one of the first things he did.
And we have a lot of horse shows coming up. I'm surprised all the horse shows.
It's a good deal. We love it.
Quinceañeras and-
All the
Well, I
hotels they
think
stay at are in
yeah,
our
we bring
town.
A lot
so.
of revenue into the city of Moses Lake.
For sure.
A lot, yeah.
Yeah.
They're people that you want to come back.
Right.
Yeah, our LTAC brings a lot of money to Moses Lake.
Thank you.
Yes, we always appreciate that. Yeah.
Well, maybe in a less formal situation, I'd like to get to know each of you a little bit better, why you ran for office and which, where you grew up and all that good stuff. So maybe there'd be another chance that we could
Well,
go.
I could wrap mine up in about 30 seconds. I am the longest seated commissioner in the state of Washington right now. I actually was a commissioner with Caroline Swartz. If you just turn around and her picture is the red shirt. I enjoyed working with Caroline for 8 years, Dustin's mom.
Yep.
Started in 2007. I'm from Royal City, the first county commissioner from south of I-90, very small ag community.
Mhm.
It's beautiful there, though.
Just somebody asked me to run, and I'm like, what do they do? It's like, oh, you only work like a day or two, and I'm like, public speaking. No, you don't even need to know that much about government. I'm like, oh, okay, let me just try it, and here I am.
So you drive up from Royal City okay, wow.
About 45.
You have to
minutes.
live in your district.
Well, I live.
Yeah.
There's probably an X here somewhere. I mean, I don't live super far.
You should mark where Danny used to live.
It's on what's called the Royal Slope.
Yeah,
So
Danny
there's a
drove
lot
an hour
of
and 10
orchards in
minutes.
that area. So your, dollar per acre of output's pretty high.
Yeah. So do you have a farm or what do you
Yep.
do okay.
I have a farm, apples, cherries, alfalfa, Timothy, a little hay shed. We export hay,
You export the apples too?
try to,
I'm sure you do.
unless there's,
Unless there's a trade war going on, is that?
but usually that's like January, February for the Chinese New Year.
Yeah.
But
You
definitely-
export the alfalfa too?
Yeah, usually to Japan.
Who processes it for you?
We send it through AgriPack. We actually
Okay.
have our own company that we export through, but AgriPack
They do
presses
the
it.
pressing for
Yeah,
you?
and then we.
Yeah.
Carter
They're
Ag.
down in Royal City, right?
Yep, Carter Ag,
And you've been on the council since 2007?
yes. That's why I look so tired. Yeah, there were 2 commissioners and one just stepped down in January, so we were joking that we were in for the run. But I will be done. I
Longest,
was gonna
really.
be done in my 16 year, and then they asked me to run again, so, but I will be done. I will not have a family if I don't finish up.
So would you have a couple more years left or?
Yep, 19 and a half months, not that I'm counting.
Okay. So are they 4-year terms?
Mhm.
Okay. And this is an interesting setup because you both have legislative and executive powers as a commission, right? Where you're running departments and doing legislative duties.
And it's really difficult because before we could just do the day-to-day functions, but like outside of a meeting, I'm not allowed to talk to Rob. If somebody comes in and says, hey, the jail air conditioner went out, we got to order another one. So for us to give direction on that, we're really not supposed to, they have to put it on the consent agenda. So we are no longer allowed to have like serial meetings.
Yeah.
Where they talk to one commissioner. So it has made it almost impossible. And we're one of the largest counties that we do not have a county administrator. So we're working on getting one, but we just can't, our hands are tied.
Yeah.
Rob, you want to do your little 2-minute presentation?
So I live in Moses Lake. I grew up in Tenasket. Spent a lot of time in Seattle and Mount Vernon area through my teenage time. And then came to Moses Lake. I ran because I didn't feel very well represented at all. And Cindy was the reason that I ran also. She was just very helpful on a property issue I had. And the other 2 commissioners and my commissioner were not helpful at all. So I thought, man, I want to make an immediate difference for people. And then when the time came, it was during COVID, so I had more available time than normal, and it kind of just lined up, and I did it.
Okay.
And
So are you in your first term?
no, this is my second term now.
Okay.
For the 5th year.
Got it.
But I would say most of my work is done outside of this office right here. It's like I'm in the office Monday, Tuesday. I think Rob's here a lot more and Kevin's here probably every day. But mine, like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you're just busy doing other things and going places. And probably as a mayor, you can agree. Like what happens?
Oh, yeah, no.
Like, hey, I need to meet with you. Or I've got to call you. Or
Yeah,
like Wednesday, Thursday.
We don't get paid enough.
But that's where I would say that's the biggest part is just after hours.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Well, you've probably already seen that. I mean, if you want to work every single day, community events and your job, I mean, you could work 7 days a week. You know, you could be at the wine walk, you could be at, and every town has their own, or you could be at business after hours and 3 or 4 of the towns have their own. I mean, you can fill your whole calendar every week.
Not to mention all the fundraisers they want you to attend.
Yeah, all the auctions, the fundraisers, the more brewery events.
Yeah.
Yeah, they never end.
What brought you to Moses Lake?
We bought a store. I didn't, my parents did. And I just was in school and I was like, I can do school in Moses Lake. I might as well just go and work there and figure out what I'm doing.
They were in the west side at the time?
Yeah, they were in West Seattle by Alki Beach.
Nice. That's a nice neighborhood.
Yeah, it's cool. Was cool. Now it's like everywhere else. But
it's making a comeback.
Yeah.
Thanks to the current administration.
So, yep, just worked and then started a business and then grew to another business and then to another one and then to another one. And then just try to diversify so that when one's not making money, I still have money.
Yeah, I heard you sell snow cones.
Amongst other things.
Hey, you know, the snow cone got me to today, so.
Yeah, it works.
Can't really hate on it.
Yeah.
It doesn't get as much appreciation from me anymore as it used to, but. Yep. Then I want to diversify into properties and I've done that over the last 6 years. That's been fun in Washington.
Yeah, so if I ever want to know what's really going on with stuff like Spring Fest, I'll ask Rob because he's a vendor there.
Okay.
So we get the other side of the story.
But with the fire.
Wow. Yeah.
The fire department.
Yeah, we had some challenges with code enforcement on fire related issues there. So people were having to sort of do unorthodox things that made it difficult.
It's the same. It'll be the same this year. Just the layout requirements are weird. They say they're standard. They say where they get them from. But Apple Blossom starts Thursday. Come up there. Not anything the same as what Moses Lake does.
That's in Wenatchee.
Okay.
We never compare ourselves to Wenatchee.
No, but the fire district did, and your old county city manager did all the time. They would always
I'm
say,
saying that jokingly
I
because
know,
I
I
compare
know.
myself to Wenatchee all the time.
in my previous jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks for that background. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Well, it's 5:01. Caitlin's probably ready to get out of the office. Cannot leave until
That's true.
we are done.
Any last words?
I think so.
Thanks for this opportunity.
Don't be surprised if Rob reaches out to you for a one-on-one meeting.
Yeah, anytime. The last two we had good relationships with, and I met with every couple weeks, whether it's coffee or whatever.
Oh, and what's going on with the lead summit? Are we,
Yeah, that'll happen again in October.
okay, are we doing any intermediary sort of?
Huh?
Are we doing anything in between now and then?
Usually Debbie will have a thing in May at some time.
Debbie
Martinez.
Okay.
She does I don't know what she calls them. Thank you. There's mine.
Oh, great, thanks.
We will go into recess until tomorrow. Thank you.